on my side. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Pardon me. Is there much background noise? No? Okay, we'll start then. Good morning, everyone. All good? Great. I'll start then.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in Brisbane in Australia. My name is Lozang Gyalpo. I'm leading the first couple of sessions this morning. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this prayerathon session, the 26th of February. In the difficult times that we're in, hopefully the prayerathon will make a difference as we do each week. So, pardon me. Let's just start by focusing on our breath. Focusing on your breath this morning to settle the body and mind in preparation for the session this morning. Allowing your body and your mind to return to their natural state. Spine gently straight. Chin tucked that little bit. Just allowing your body to breathe naturally as it does every morning, every night while you're asleep. As we just allow our minds and bodies to calm, we can bring to mind the reason we're doing this prayerathon. The reason you individually are here today, and the reason that we collectively are doing this prayerathon. Not only to purify and collect merit for ourselves, but in a broader sense, to generate the energy, karmic energy, subdue this pandemic of COVID-19 across the world, alleviate the suffering of all those kind mother sentient beings who are experiencing incredible suffering due to this pandemic. And not just the suffering from this pandemic, but to also be the cause for all sentient beings, without exception, to be freed from all their suffering forever. Using the simple motivation that Geshe Zopa has suggested. May whatever merit we collect from this practice this morning be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to be freed from all their suffering forever. As suggested. Moving now to the motivation from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer is liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say this through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, Go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. As we say the motivation one last time, we'll pause to reflect upon the meaning of the words in order to genuinely feel that refuge in our hearts. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Doing a visualization of Arya Chenrezig before we say the mantra. With firm concentration, visualize the space in front of you, the defined form of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, and the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, and the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, orange hair standing erect. And on the very top is the red-coloured Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of granting realizations. The next bears a Dhamma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On the moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is the concentration being, the syllable Kri, surrounded by garlands of the mantra to be recited, Om Mane Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outwards, from which an incalculable assembly of deities of the Great Compassionate One are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in the state of Arya Chenrezig. These then collect back and dissolve into the three at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. We'll recite the mantra a few times together out loud and then continuing silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind Mother sentient beings who have recently passed away due to the COVID-19, all those who are currently suffering from its symptoms, all those who are recovering. Light from the heart of Arya Chenrezig emanates out, purifying all their negativity and obscurations, placing them in the state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra. Think of all those other sentient beings who are suffering from illness, who have passed away recently, who are recovering from all the various illnesses in the world. Light rays radiate from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, purifying all the negativities and obscurations. Continuing to recite the mantra. Think of all those kind Mother sentient beings who are suffering, having lost loved ones, or those who are mentally tormented by the anguish of seeing their loved ones suffering through COVID-19. All those kind Mother sentient beings who are suffering with the stress and concern and worry of being debilitated by COVID-19, all that mental anguish. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all their negativity and obscurations, freeing them from all their suffering, placing them in that state of our Chenrezig. One of our continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from mental anguish, worrying about disease, their physical health, their mental health, their income having been lost from COVID-19, their physical safety in war-torn areas around the world, and those such as Ukraine, and in areas such as Tonga where natural disasters have also struck. All those people suffering from mental anguish, fear for their own well-being. That great, intense suffering out of their control. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities and obscurations, placing them in the state of our Chenrezig. One above me, one above me, one above me. Continuing to recite the mantra. Think of all those kind mother sentient beings born as humans in this lifetime. All the suffering they experience in all the different manners, the suffering of suffering, suffering of change, the all pervasive suffering of conditionality. All kind mother human sentient beings are constantly undergoing these various sufferings. Sufferings they're acutely aware of, physical and mental. Sufferings that don't appear to be suffering. And all those born with bodies arising from karma afflictions that are in the nature of suffering. They will necessarily suffer because of their karma and delusions. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. Place them instead of our Chenrezig. All above me, all above me, all above me. Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those other kind mother sentient beings born in other realms, animal realm, creature realm, hell realms, asuras and suras, intermediate state beings, all those born in other realms who are also suffering. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. Place them instead of our Chenrezig. One above me, one above me. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we have to say the actual prayer that connects the merit that we have generated by reciting the mantra and visualizations to the desired goal. We'll say this through several times. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Before we move to the group dedication prayers, take a moment now to make any dedications, personal dedications you might have for those people you know to be suffering. Moving to dedication prayers in the booklet available to download from the YouTube channel. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. The lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the secure's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 live long. To seal the merits with emptiness. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrating beings, without exception, to that state. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, I am completely empty of existing from my own side. Pardon me. Finally, I'd like to recite the dedication prayers from Shantideva's Bodhisattva's way of life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. That's the end of the first session for today's prayerathon. And I'm doing one more session before handing it over to another monk. So let's begin this next session. Just by refreshing motivation, take a moment now for you yourself to think of the specific reason that you are participating in this session today. Think, may this, whatever merit we accumulate this session, be the cause of innumerable sentient beings to be freed from all their suffering forever. In particular, those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from COVID-19. Those kind mother sentient beings who are currently suffering from natural disasters. Those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering through man-made disasters such as war. May all they be freed from all their suffering forever. May all those kind mother sentient beings who are acting unskillfully to cause the suffering of others cease those unskillful acts. Never again cause suffering to others. May they too be freed from all their suffering forever. Let's start with the Lama Tsongkhapa's 3 principles of the path. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas. I will explain as well as I am able the essence of all the teachings of the conqueror, the path praised by the conqueror's offspring, the entrance for the fortunate ones who desire liberation. Listen with clear minds, you fortunate ones, who direct your minds to the path pleasing to Buddha, who strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity and are not attached to the joys of samsara. Those with bodies are bound by the craving for existence. Without pure renunciation, there is no way to still the attraction to the pleasures of samsara. Thus, from the outset, seek renunciation. Leisure and opportunity are difficult to find. There is no time to waste. Reverse attraction to this life. Reverse attraction to future lives. Think repeatedly over the infallible effects of karma and the misery of this world. Contemplating this, when you do not for an instant wish the pleasures of samsara and day and night remain intent on liberation, you have then produced renunciation. Renunciation without pure bodhi mind does not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, bodhisattvas generate the excellent bodhi mind. Swept by the current of the 4 powerful rivers, tied by strong bonds of karma, so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, born and reborn in boundless samsara, ceaselessly tormented by the 3 miseries. All beings, your mothers, are in this condition. Think of them and generate bodhi mind. Though you practice renunciation and bodhi mind, without wisdom, the realization of voidness, you cannot cut the root of samsara. Therefore, strive to understand dependent origination. One who sees the infallible cause and effect of all phenomena in samsara nirvana and destroys all false perceptions has entered the path that pleases the Buddha. Appearances are infallible dependent origination. Voidness is free of assertions. As long as these 2 understandings are seen as separate, one has not yet realized the intent of the Buddha. When these 2 realizations are simultaneous and concurrent, from a mere sight of infallible dependent origination, comes certain knowledge that completely destroys all modes of mental grasping. At that time, the analysis of the profound view is complete. Appearances clear away the extreme of existence. Voidness clears away the extreme of non-existence. When you understand the arising of cause and effect from the viewpoint of voidness, you are not captivated by either extreme view. Child, when you realize the keys of 3 principles of the path, depend on solitude and strong effort, and quickly reach the final goal. Taking a moment to generate the determination to spontaneously generate uncontrived renunciation, uncontrived bodhicitta, and direct perception of emptiness, in order to achieve Buddhahood as quickly as possible, to be able to free all sentient beings from all their suffering forever, in the most skillful way as quickly as possible. With this motivation, we approach today's practice. We'll say the motivation From the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, a blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Feeling that refuge in our hearts. Visualizing Arya Chenrezig either in front of you or on the space above your head. Made of purest light, not solid or concrete like we are. Light rays radiate from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, emanating out to all the kind mother sentient beings, including yourself. Purifying all negativities and obscurations. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. One by one. Continuing to recite the mantra, visualize the white light, our Chenrezig's heart, filling your body entirely, filling all those kinds of mother sentient beings who are close to you, who you know are your friends and loved ones, who are suffering in a myriad of ways. All those people who may have angered you or triggered you, frustrated you, who could be conventionally labeled as enemies, that white light purifying all the negativities. All those people you might have seen, bumped into, passed on the street, who you don't know very well, could be classified as strangers. White light pouring out from Higher Chenrezig's heart, purifying all those sentient beings, kind mother sentient beings. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who have recently passed away or in the bardo, in particular those who have passed away from COVID-19. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from COVID-19, suffering in their own homes, those in hospital beds, those in intensive care, those struggling to take their last breaths, all those who are suffering from long COVID and recovering from the symptoms of COVID-19. Light rays streaming from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities and obscurations. Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are caring for the people who are sick, all the doctors and nurses and home carers, putting their own health and lives at risk to care for these people who are suffering, giving of themselves, their immediate acts of generosity, comforting those around them, alleviating suffering. All those kind mother sentient beings taking care of others. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all the negatives and obscurations. Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings born as human beings in this lifetime, all the sufferings of suffering of change, all ways of suffering and conditionality, all the suffering they undergo. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all those kind mother sentient beings of all their obscurations and negativities. Continue to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all the kind mother sentient beings of 6 realms and directions. Human beings, animals, pretas, those born in the hell realms as asuras and suras, intermediate state beings. All those kind mother sentient beings who have shown us kindness as our mothers in numberless previous lifetimes. Light rays radiate from the heart of our Chenrezig, purifying all the negative thoughts creations. What about me? Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving on to the dedications, the actual prayer in the booklet. We'll say this through several times. May all the disease that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodying beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and may they with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that's like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, being done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The actual prayer through one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Before we move on to the group dedications from the dedication booklet, take a moment now to make any specific personal dedications you might have. Moving to dedications from the dedication booklet. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. for His Holiness's wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow's teachings and transmigrated beings, who extensively clarifies the path, unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones. Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings with the exception of that state. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and in all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. To dedicate in the same way as all the Buddhas of the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue. The dedication praise of the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. Finishing off with the prayer from Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Shantideva. May all sentient beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigrated beings remain, until then, may we too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigrated beings. That's the end of my session today. I see Venerable Tony is ready for the next session.
How are you, Compo?
I'm well, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no props.
Excellent.
So how's the rain been down there?
It's very, very wet. I'm in a unit on the second floor and it feels like we're going to flood up here.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild up here.
Have you been cut off?
Able to get out.
You're cut off?
Yeah, cut off.
Oh no.
Yeah. When it gets like this, it's
enforced retreat.
Yeah, so it's yes, that's right. Yeah.
As long as you've got enough food.
It's not too bad. Yeah, it's got enough food, yeah, but it goes down pretty quickly provided it does ease off a bit.
Okay, good.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
How are
Thank
you?
you very much.
Your health okay?
Yes, I'm well. I saw the specialist. He said I most likely won't need surgery, which is excellent news for me.
Good, yeah, okay.
Very happy
All
about
right,
that.
have a good day. So then, good morning. Just to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session, and here, just thinking how it is that beings such as His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King, in response to perceived injustice to themselves and to others, mistreatment at the hands of others, didn't manifest out an attitude of resentment and hatred, nor did they manifest out a sense of entitlement, fulfilling entitlement at the expense of others. So they gave the example for the world, the example for us. And perhaps not 100% sure, but to some degree, can see how it is the case if we allow the mind of resentment and hatred and bitterness at that as a result of injustice in the past. If this occurs, we start to see ourselves as a victim and mistreated by others, that can cause enormous problems to the world. And it appears this way with what's happened in the Ukraine. And emphasizes, you see from this, how important it is to work on our own mind. Because although in this life, we may not have a position of particular strong power, but we never know, next life, karmas come together, we find ourselves with the extraordinary ripening of karma that gives us a lot of power, gives us a lot of charisma, whatever it is, influence over the lives of others, the opportunity to be in a very prominent political position. So if we carry into that life the attitude of resentment and seeing ourselves as being mistreated at the hands of others, seeing ourselves as a victim, and then allowing that to become a simmering state of mind, then when we're in that position of power, we may inflict a lot of suffering on many people in order to accomplish what we see as our entitlement, our rights. Such a burning resentment is existing that we don't see the harm that we're causing to other people, even those people who haven't harmed us at all, because the mind becomes so fixated on the injustice and the vision of what we can do to right that wrong at any cost. So then, looks like to some degree, the leader of Russia, driven by his own personal sense of resentment, has brought about conditions, brought about circumstances for the invasion. Of course, it's not just simply from his side, there's also other points of view as well. But from a point of view as a Dharma practitioner, understanding how important it is to work on our minds. We are responsible for working on our minds. And if we don't do it, then this virulent disease of self-centeredness and resentment and bitterness can come out very strongly for us, so that we can cause huge problems for the world. And so, in a sense, this practice counter epidemic disease, what worse epidemic disease in the mind of self-charity, self-importance, us, our rights, how we've been punished, our sense of entitlement. And so then, what amongst other things, was terrible to see what's happened there, but in Ukraine, but it's also the opportunity for us to see how damaging this self-cherished mind, this mind that becomes obsessed about the unfairness that we experience at the hands of others. And so this this can occur for us in this life. We're not necessarily a leader of a country, but we can have our own self-centeredness and our own sense of victimhood in a family situation, cause serious problems there. Can be in a work situation, can be in a center, a Buddhist center. We have the sense of being mistreated, a sense of injustice against us, a sense of our entitlements. It also occur even in a monastery, a nuns community, one individual harboring grudges against others. Their point of view is the right one. They're going to rectify the wrong no matter what. And so then engaging in this practice here, with the idea of countering that virulent disease of self-charity, self-importance, disregards the rights of others, cause harm to others in order to achieve one's own right, one's own conquest. And so then, the refuge, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. And then invoking the presence of compassion, the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassion, Chenrezig, manifesting above the crown of our head. And then a heartfelt request that our mind be blessed by the compassion of all the Buddhas, of the best quality of mind to have in response to whatever sense of injustice or unfairness we experience, whatever sense of entitlement we may have, that we keep that awareness of that, the awareness of others' needs as well, not just what we want or what our group wants, what our country wants. We also consider all other countries. So may our minds and heart might be infused by the compassion of all the Buddha. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. The actual prayer. May all diseases, sadden the minds of sentient beings, result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, moves, illness, food, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease and life-leading animal to be sought, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds, abuse, snakes, terrify beings, and their place inside the mouth of the armor of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to service the four elements prime the body, mind, and every to be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life of health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, Dhamma-Text, and guidance, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings absorb karma and conditions such as some grace, illness, and food, not occur in the realms of the world. May all this from life-threatening disease that like will lead an animal to be sorted, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings and their place inside the mouth of the armor, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference, 360 suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance judges serves the four elements, providing the body and mind and every happens to be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life for the health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, Dhamma-Text, and guardians, by the power of truth and the infallibility of karma and results, and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases and the same beings that result from karma, such harms of grave spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease and life which will lead an animal to be sought, separate the body from the mind and mirrors, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose name karma, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, Dhamma-Text, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grace, with illness and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds, whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of the armor, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases and sadden the minds of sentient beings that soften karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered and separate the body from the mind and mirror, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of the armor, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements depriving the body and mind of very happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, Dhamma-Text, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like which lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and spirits, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied in by disease and mere sounds whose beings the Lord of Death. All embodied in harm by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the servants of the four elements, deprive the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have ratings of power, be long, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, down protect, guarding, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms and graves, illness and Buddhism occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading animal be sorted, separate the body from the mind, and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 8,000 class of interferers, 360 spirits, harmed suddenly, 124 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings around you, servants of the four elements, the body, mind, and every happens to be totally pacified. May the body, mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, down protect, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from temporary conditions such as harms of graves, spirits, illness, Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life disease that like a bush leading animal be sorted, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and sound whose names terrify beings, next to the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the servants of the four elements, deprive the body and mind of every that's fine. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the kingdom, guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms and graves, illness, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like which a lead animal be sought and separate the body from the mind, mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere stunts whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers and 364 spirits suddenly, the 424 diseases, so forth. May whatever sufferings around you serves the four elements, find the body, mind, that we have to speak to pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be bound with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakini, down protect, guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms, graves, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading animal be sorted, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, sons of whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the servants of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, down protect, guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, graves, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading the animal to be sorted, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 class of interferers, 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings around you, so the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakini, down protect, guarding, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms, graves, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like leading the animal to be slaughtered and separated from the body from the mind. There is all the body being harmed by terrified beings that it takes inside karma. May all the body beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of interference, the 360 spirits that are suddenly 124 diseases and so forth. But what is that to service the 4 elements, part of the body and mind of every have to be totally pacified. And the body and mind have ratings from power, without love, with health and well-being, by compassion, through individual, by power of being done protected, guiding, by power of the truth, infallibility, talents, and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that with fault, karma, and temporary conditions, not the grace of service, the Buddhist not may what is substance around from life-threatening disease that like a lean animal soul and separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not turn the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute conflict, damage, Lord of death. Body beings being harmed by class of interference, 360 evil spirits, suddenly 424 diseases and so forth. May webs that the 4 elements, mind and body, every that's by the body and mind have radiance power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the capacity of your spiritual, by the power of text and guidance, by the power of the truth, infallibility, countless results, and all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as grace, illness, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like which are leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds, whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 class of interferers, 360 evil spirits, harmed suddenly, the 424 disease and so forth. May whatever substance deserves the 4 elements deprive the body and mind of every be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of Dakini, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, now for dedication. And from may all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, whatever or ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow, joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, prosperity. May there be timely rest, bountiful harvest. May all medicine be effective. And may all be free from ailments. Whatever disease is harmful, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and the bound be free. May the powerless find power, benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigrating beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigration beings. So then, in dedication, dedicate what is possible come out as a result of engaging in the recitation of this practice, but to direct it towards the pacification of the virulent disease of self-charity and self-importance, both within oneself and within others, and recognizing that type of mind, self-cherishing, is on the basis of this self-centeredness, fixating on oneself and one's own people, one associates with, whether that be family or one's religion or one's country. That one can sense that there's been an injustice performed against us, perhaps over many, many years, over decades or even centuries, that have been treated badly, haven't been shown respect, treated with contempt. And out of that, we generate the mind of bitterness and sense ourselves potentially as victim. And we're driven by the simmering resentment, want to rectify wrongs, to fulfill our sense of entitlement, what we should have, and be driven to have that, blind to the harm that we may inflict on others in order to achieve that. So this can occur within our mind, and might not be such a big deal in this life, but in the next life, we're in a position of power, then that type of resentment can manifest out in such a ways that we may be responsible for bringing about war, invading another country. Perhaps this is very much at the basis of what's occurred in Ukraine. So it makes it very important for us as practitioners of the Dharma to, from an inner being point of view, that we pacify our mind, the virulent disease of self-cherishing, and we also wish for others to have their mind pacified with self-cherishing. And so then dedicating whatever positive results from reciting towards the pacification of the self-cherishing mind, and also directed towards as well the well-being of people who are suffering as a result of COVID-19. Of those who've recently died, may then take fortunate rebirth. And wherever people are suffering, either directly or indirectly as a result of it, may they find a way to transform that difficulty into something beneficial. May people who are involved in caring for others, may they find the strength, wisdom, and skill to continue to help. And then may teachers, holy beings, continue to manifest in this world, be a source of inspiration. And continue to teach and to have long lives, particularly Thomas the Lama Zopa, the other lamas within our organization. Okay, so thank you. So, hi Katie, how are you going?
I'm good, how are you?
All right. We've been flooded in, we're flooding out. We can't get in or out of Chenrezig Institute.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
Like
well,
being
it's good
in retreat.
It is good in one way, but it also means that people can't come in for the courses and the yoga and so on. So
I'm finding you very
positives and
difficult to hear.
negatives. Oh, okay. I'm just saying it has positive and negatives to it. Because of the flooding, then we like meditations and then the yoga and also courses are being cancelled.
Right. Okay.
But it also allows people to do more retreat. It's true.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So, thank you. I'm going to start because it's 5 minutes. Okay. And what I welcome to, and goodbye, Venerable Tony.
Yeah,
and welcome to everybody on the YouTube Live and Facebook Live, and all these people here. Hi, Aldo and Victor, welcome. Hello, Chenrezig, thank you. And Coral.
Hi.
And
thank you, Venerable Tony. Thank you, Venerable Tony. Thank you.
He's gone now.
You.
Okay, so what I wanted to do before we started today, or just settle in, and then I wanted to read the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, Words of Truth, Pacifying the Danger of Weapons, specifically for the war in Ukraine right now. There's a lot of people suffering there. And this was also something that Kyabje Lama Rinpoche wanted us to recite as part of the COVID-19 pandemic prayers as well. Okay, so let's just first of all settle into our meditation posture. So if you are sitting at a desk, on a chair with your feet down, make sure they're in a parallel position. You can have something underneath your feet if you wish. Otherwise, if you're sitting in a cross-legged position on your cushion or on a chair, if your knees are very tight, you can support them with a couple of cushions underneath. And make sure your sit bones are slightly raised and you're sitting on something firm. Shoulders are over the hips, the hands in the meditation mudra with the right hand nestled in the left and the thumbs touching. And imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light, stretching from the base all the way up through the crown of the head. And imagine the crown of your head is reaching for the ceiling. And the head is slightly tipped forward. Welcome, Mary. Nice to see you. Tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Excuse me, and relax the jaw. And let's just draw our attention to the crown of the head and relax the scalp and the forehead, the eyes, the nose, the cheeks, that area around the mouth, the back of the head, the scalp there. Relax your ears and your temples and your jaw again, the occipital bone, the back of the head, your neck, shoulders, and the back, your upper thoracic, and your throat, and chest, and belly, and limbs, hands, fingers, and feet and toes. And let's just bring the mind to the breath. Notice the sensation of the air as it's flowing in, slightly cooler than the air that is flowing out. The air that's flowing out, your exhaling is slightly warmer. And if there are any sounds in your external environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to go and investigate with your mind. And watch the thoughts as they arise and abide and fall. Try not to engage with the thoughts that are in your mind right now. Just let them go. Bring the mind back to the breath. So let's just bring to mind all the people of our life, the ones we love, the ones we don't love so much, who irritate us and who we irritate, and then our strangers, the people we're indifferent to. And just remember they're all the same in their wish to be happy and their wish to be free from suffering, and having this incredible capacity for enlightenment. So we're doing this little extra prayer today. An add-on is one of the original COVID prayers that Rinpoche and Kyabje Lama suggested at the very beginning of the pandemic, but I think now it's being suggested to help with the war in Ukraine. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassionate eyed looking one, wrathful victorious high griever, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarrelling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of the great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness, on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an Asura, from now on may they never again roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in a blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not to have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay, so let's go to our usual prayer. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Okay, so we'll set up now the visualization for Chenrezig. So again, just bring your mind back to the breath. And imagine now all of space around you is filled with beings, sentient beings. They're sitting all around you and extending beyond the horizon. So if that's difficult for you to imagine, just imagine as many as you can, comfortably. Your parents and your other family members are beside you. Your friends and supporters are behind you as a support. And the people you don't get along with in front of you, eyeball to eyeball. And the others, the strangers, are all around. So contemplate the suffering of these people and all these beings, birds, animals, fish. So first of all, think of the suffering of your parents and the people you're close to. So it's very easy for us to open our heart to their physical and mental suffering, isn't it? And it's really easy to see how they want to be free from all of suffering. And it's easy for us to think how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy peace and bliss. So now think of the people that you don't like or have hurt you, and imagine their suffering, their physical pain and discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity, fear, dissatisfaction, all arising out of their continual habit to harm others. It just kind of cycles around. Because if they've harmed you this way, they've probably harmed others, and they probably don't have terribly many friends. So they may be lonely. So just like you, they don't want problems, but they haven't got a choice. As long as the mind is confused and ignorant, can't find peace. So open your heart to these people who you normally have aversion for. And try and expand your awareness to take in the troubles and pain of other human beings and of animals. perhaps the people of Ukraine right now who are now having to leave their homes, can't get trains, they're stuck in traffic jams, in bomb shelters, they're probably terrified, maybe they can't get to their loved ones, might be in a different part of the city, country. But don't get overwhelmed by it all. All these situations are impermanent. So I just think we're going to do these practices this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever we are, so we can help others be free from their suffering and free from COVID and free from war. Now visualize above the crown of your head and facing the same way as you, Chenrezig, the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love and wisdom. His body is of white light, transparent and radiant, just like a hologram. So really try and feel his living presence. You can also imagine, to make it a little bit more personal, this is the mind of your Lama, your teacher, your trusted mentor, however you see them. And Chenrezig has this peaceful, smiling face, and he's radiating love and support to you and all the beings of your life and all the beings surrounding you. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second 2 are raised at the level of his shoulders. The right is holding a crystal rosary, the left a white lotus. He is sitting on a white moon disc upon an open lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus posture. He's wearing the 5-pointed crown embedded with jewels, and the celestial robes, silken celestial robes in the Royal Indian style. And he's wearing, he has an aura of light around his crown and around his body. So try and really get a sense of the presence of this holy being above the crown of your head, this enlightened energy, blissful, kind, compassionate energy. Make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings equally. I mean, it's a bit of a tall order for us, but we can aspire to it. And really feel that you're connecting with your own true nature, your highest potential, which is within you, has always been within you, and is who you really are. So in response to your request, Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body, and it purifies all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, and all your potential to give harm in the future. Completely filling you also with the limitless love and wisdom and compassion, and your body feels blissful and light, and your mind peaceful and clear. So the light from Chenrezig radiates out to every living being, purifying their negative energy and filling them with bliss as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now remember, you still have Chenrezig, the mind of your teacher upon the crown of your head. Now imagine Chenrezig now dissolves into white light. And this sort of just melts into your crown, flows into you, till it comes to your heart chakra. And your mind, and your Lama's mind, and Chenrezig's mind merge indistinguishably. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. So try and hold this feeling as long as possible. And when your usual sense of I starts to arise, hungry, wanting to make dinner, wanting to make lunch, needing to go somewhere, just remember this is not your real self. Simply bring your attention back again and again to this experience of being one with Chenrezig. Infinite love and infinite compassion. And just for about 30 seconds, just try and expand your mind. So now let's just recite a couple of dedication prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the land encircled by snow mountains. You're the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Welcome, Venerable Namjong. How are you?
Good.
You're looking very well. You look
Thank
happy.
you.
Nice to see
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Okay, I'm going. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Goodbye,
Take care.
everybody. Thank
Well,
you. See you guys tonight. You Tupta Nobeling people. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh, how do I? Sorry. Okay. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining our continuing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon sessions. My name is Tenzin Namjong. It's nice to see so many people continuing to follow in these sessions. So I think, as you know, we've been doing these sessions now for more than 2 years due to the kind and compassionate advice and wisdom of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who noticed and observed that these sessions would be beneficial for the global Sangha community to do. And so now, as many of you know, Sangha from all around the world has been leading these sessions every Saturday for more than 2 years. And then, of course, all of you participating from the various parts of the world also help to make these sessions the success they've been. So now we have entered a little bit new phase in the world with the conflict going on in Ukraine. So now let's just start the session first by adjusting our motivation. So normally we do think that we're doing this session to help alleviate the suffering of sickness of especially of the coronavirus that's still ravaging many parts of the world. But more broadly, we should consider our motivation of great compassion, which is this thought that wishes for sentient beings to be free from suffering. And then when we think about all the various sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing, then the suffering of sickness is just one. So more generally, we should be thinking all the various sufferings, the suffering of sickness, yes, but also the suffering of war, the suffering of economic problems, the suffering of the mental realm, depression, anxiety, fear, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and so many more mental illnesses that are causing so much suffering for people. And then, as we say in the Four Miserable Thoughts, we always say, you know, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So yes, we do want sentient beings to be free from all of the physical and mental suffering that exists in the world. But even more fundamental than that, then we aspire that beings are free of the cause of suffering. And then, as the Buddha taught in the teachings of the Four Noble Truths, that the very root of all samsaric suffering is the karma and the afflictions. And it is due to us having not abandoned our karma and the afflictive emotions that we still take uncontrolled rebirth within samsara. And as long as we're in samsara, then we're bound to experience one kind of suffering or another. And even more precarious is the fact that in the future, although our suffering has been without beginning, if we don't abandon these afflictions, then our future suffering that we'll experience within samsara will also be endless. So now that we have this perfect human rebirth with the type of body and mind and intelligence and interest in the Dharma, we are in a most amazing opportunity to make utmost progress along the path to liberation and enlightenment. And so even now, from today, every actions that we're going to do, we're going to direct toward the enlightenment, which is the complete abandonment of all faults of the mind, as well as the complete development of all good qualities. We want to do this so we can be in the best position to help sentient beings generate this wisdom, realizing the ultimate nature of reality within their own mental continua, so they can then similarly be free of the oceans of samsaric suffering. So having this wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, that's what we call the mind of bodhicitta. And then we can't just leave it in the realm of a mere wish, but rather think that I'm then going to engage in the various practices that lead to enlightenment. And therefore, even in this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer session, we're going to use this practice, and direct our positive merits, our virtue, towards the ultimate goal of enlightenment for all sentient beings. And then, as a secondary goal, we can, of course, dedicate for all those affected by the war and conflict going on in the Ukraine right now, and then more generally, all the other sentient beings who are experiencing suffering, experience of sickness and other forms of suffering. So we're doing this practice then for all the sentient beings, and making the aspiration that they all can share in the tremendous benefits that this practice accrues. Okay, so now we're going to have a sit. So
Thank you.
Thank you. So now at the beginning also, to really make it concrete that we're doing this practice for all sentient beings, we can visualize that all sentient beings are in the space around us, okay? And think that we're doing this practice with them, we're leading them in the practice, and then we can also visualize that our guru is in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us. And our guru has now come to this place to help guide us, to help lead us from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of enlightenment. Okay. And now we will do since we have about an hour actually today, so we're going to do a little bit more extensive practice. So just bear with me here. Okay, so we'll do these preliminary prayers. So we've already visualized our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us. And then we can recall all the qualities of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And then with this mind that aspires to develop those qualities within ourselves, then there's no choice. We have to go for refuge in the three jewels so that we can, have a kind of reaffirmation of our commitment to train in the Dharma, following in the footsteps of the Buddha. So we imagine that we're leading this recitation, and all the sentient beings that we've visualized in the space around us are also reciting with us. The Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha, the Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all the Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all the Gurus I take refuge. The Guru is Buddha, the Guru is Dharma, the Guru is also Sangha. The Guru is the creator of all happiness, and all the Gurus I take refuge. And now the verse on Bodhichitta. With a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness in the front of the Buddhas, for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. With a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness in front of the Buddhas, for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. With a thought desiring to liberate transmigratory beings, I always take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until the heart of enlightenment is achieved. With perseverance, acting with wisdom, compassion, and loving kindness in front of the Buddhas, for the benefit of sentient beings, I generate the thought of full enlightenment. And so now here, the purifying the place, we visualize that our surroundings aren't just the ordinary samsaric world, but rather is a pure land of the Buddha. Everywhere may the ground be pure, free of troubles, and so forth, as level as the palm of the hand in the nature of Vaidurya and soft. And now we'll do this invocation verse. So it says, while reciting this verse, hold burning incense between your folded hands. So I'm actually, I forgot to prepare the incense, but I have some right here. So just 1 second, I'm going to go get some incense and light it on behalf of us and all sentient beings. One minute. Okay, sorry about that. So here, I have a fresh new incense pack. So we think that we're making this offering on behalf of all the sentient beings. And we can think especially, then, there's so many beings in the world, not just humans, but in general sentient beings who are not in a position to make offerings. They're not in a position to collect merit. And therefore, because of this lack of merit, then they find it very difficult to encounter any kind of success, or even worldly kind of happiness is so rare in the world. So now that we have the opportunity, because in the past we have practiced generosity, we now are in a position that we enjoy at least adequate material resources to engage in further acts of generosity. So now I have these two incense sticks here, and those of you if you're going to do this practice later, then I'll just advertise. Lama Zopa Rinpoche, he recommends that this invocation verse to use 2 sticks. And these 2 sticks of incense, they represent the Dharmakaya, or the enlightened mind of the Buddha, and the Rupakaya, or the enlightened body of the Buddha. So now, Om Ahum, Om Ahum, Om Ahum, Om Ahum. Okay. So now, as it says here, while reciting this verse, holding burning incense between your 2 folded hands. Okay. So we're invoking the Buddha. Okay, hold on. We're invoking the Buddha and all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions to come to this place now. Okay. Savior of all sinning beings without exception, divine destroyer of the unbearable hordes of Maras and their forces, perfect knower of all things without exception, Bhagavan together with the retinue, please come here. Okay, so I'm going to put that incense. Okay. Oops. Okay. All right. So now this next stanza is from the Bodhisattva Retarder by Shantideva. So now we think of all the offerings in our home, in the Dharma Center, in Lama Zopa Rinpoche's houses, all the FPMT centers, all the own and unknown offerings, such as the sun and moon, as well as our own and others' body, speech, mind, and enjoyments, and 3 times merits. So all of this together, we're going to offer to all of the holy objects, the holy beings in the entire universe. So now we think that, not just these incense here, but all these other offerings, when we recite this mantra, they will come to, pervade the entire universe, filling the entire universe. So we recite this stanza. May human and divine offerings, both actually arranged and mentally emanated, become clouds of finest Samatha offerings, filling the entire realm of space. So as we recite this mantra, then please do that visualization. Okay. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarabhavadana Tathagavaya Arahate Samesambudaya Tayata Om Vaja Ma Deja Vaja Ma Bija Vaja Ma Bodhichitta Vaja Ma Bodhi Marapasam Kramana Vaja Savakava Avarana Vishadana Vaja Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarabhavadana Tathagavaya Arahate Samesambudaya Tayata Om Vaja Ma Vaja Ma Bija Vaja Ma Bodhichitta Vaja Ma Bodhi Marapasam Kramana Vaja Savakava Avarana Vishadana Vaja Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasarabhavadana Tathagavaya Arahate Samesambudaya Tayata Om Vaja Ma Teja Vaja Ma Bija Vaja Ma Bodhichitta Vaja Ma Bodhi Marapasam Kramana Vaja Savakava Avarana Vishadana Vaja Soha. Okay. So then the extensive power of truth, or the power of the truth of the 3 rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and the great wealth of the completed 2 types of merit, and the pure and inconceivable sphere of phenomena. May these piles of clouds of offerings arising through transformation by the Bodhisattvas Arisamantavajra, Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable, inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise, and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions be received. Okay, so we can also just do that once, although it says to do 3 times here. Okay, so now thinking due to the power of having recited the mantra, that all those visualized offerings that we made, as well as the offerings that we have laid out, they become suitable to be enjoyed to, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all the holy objects of the 10 directions, thinking that they're all in turn one in nature with our holy guru, our virtuous friend. And so now we'll do the seven limb prayer. As many of you know, these 7 limbs, they contain all of the various practices to help us both purify previously accumulated negative karma, as well as to collect a great collection of merit. So first, reverently, I prostrate reverently with my body, speech, and mind. So now as we go through each line, then we'll pause and do just a brief meditation, thinking that we're actually doing the practice that is described in that line. So here with prostration, you can visualize not just one, but many bodies, and not just yourself, but all the sentient beings prostrating to the Buddha. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. So just like we did, all those mentally emanated means all the visualized offerings. Then you can just sort of mentally go through, all the holy objects that you know in this world, in Nepal, in India, in the Buddhist countries, in the non-Buddhist countries, at the various students' altars, all the gurus we have in the world. So mentally, go through all these various holy objects, all these, representations of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and make offerings. Then next limb, the limb of confession. I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginning this time. So here, all these negative actions, all that we've done, whether we remember it or not. So the 10 non-virtues, killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, those 3 of the body, then also the negative misconduct of the speech, lying, divisive speech, harsh speech, and gossiping, as well as the non-virtues of the mind, malice, covetousness, and wrong views. So whether we can remember it or not, whether we did it in this life or not, extending back from beginning this samsara rebirth, we have done these actions so many times. So now recognizing the faults of these negative karmas, one, that they then ripen as suffering experiences, whether it be, lower rebirth, or even when we're in a good rebirth as a human, for example, we still can experience negative things. Everything we experience is due to our previously accumulated karma. Then thinking especially of the the vows that we've taken and then have degenerated, be they the Pratimoksha vows, the individual liberation vows, the Bodhisattva vows, or the Tantra commitments. Then thinking also of all the negative actions we've done in relation to the 3 jewels of refuge, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And then all the negative actions that we had accumulated in relation to our guru, not following the advice, disturbing the holy mind. So now seeing the downside, the faults of having these negative karmas within our own mental continua, then just like someone who has ingested poison seeks to find a cure, an antidote with utmost urgency, so we too want to purify these negative karmas so that we don't have to experience the suffering that would come as the result of having done such actions in the past. So this is possible because, our experiences, our negative karma are all interdependent, right? They're not inherently existent from their own side. So just like even if you have a seed, right? Before that seed sprouts, it can be destroyed. It doesn't have to give rise to a sprout. Similarly, we can think of our negative karma like seeds in our mental continuum. And with these negative karmas especially, since they don't, inherently exist, they depend on other factors. That means they can be purified prior to them ripening as experiences for ourselves. Okay, next. And so just meditate like that. And then to make the so-called 4 opponent powers complete, we then can also make a commitment that those negative actions that we've done in the past, we will now refrain from doing such actions in the future. Even if it's for one day, even if it's for a few minutes, then to gradually, change our mind, change our behavior, right? Do this, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day. And then gradually we can enact a larger transformation within our mind. Okay. So the next limb, rejoicing. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and Aryas. So here, the practice of rejoicing is to, recall the virtues of other beings or ourselves. And then, thinking of the advantages of having created virtue in the past, seeing that virtue is the cause for success, for happiness, all the way up to enlightenment. So then, we should be so happy, either for ourselves that we've created virtue in the past, or when we hear about others creating virtue, then since we want all sentient beings to quickly reach the state of enlightenment, then of course we'll want them to, collect extensive merit and enjoy the success along the path of Dharma. So here, just to think how wonderful it is that we have practiced Dharma, that we have engaged in virtuous activity, and thinking of others, other ordinary beings. So, maybe the other practitioners that we know. And then even if we don't know, we can infer there's others practicing the Sravaka path, trying to attain liberation. And then, of course, the Bodhisattvas who have generated the mind of Bodhichitta, and therefore every action is done for the benefit of all sentient beings. Think how wonderful it is, these Bodhisattvas all their courageous work to benefit others. How wonderful, how wonderful, how wonderful. And then the Buddhas completely traverse the path to enlightenment. So there's been countless Buddhas in the past, countless Buddhas in the present, countless Buddhas will come in the future. So think how wonderful it is. Okay. So the next limb, please, the limb of, requesting that the Buddhas remain. So please remain until the end of cycle of existence. Here we can visualize offering a golden throne, a lion throne, with two crossed vajras, crossed vajras on the facade of it. And imagine that we're offering not just one, but countless thrones to our Guru, who accepts our offering. Right? And these thrones then absorb into his own throne, and he agrees to remain until the end of cycling existence. And then turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings. So now, visualizing offering a golden Dhamma chakra to our Guru, not just one, but many, filling the entire universe. And then to think that the Guru has accepted our request and will remain and turn the wheel of Dharma for us and other transmigratory beings. And lastly, the dedication. I dedicate my own and those virtues to the great enlightenment. Okay, so next, the Mandala Offering. The Mandala Offering, many of you know, the mandala is a representation of everything that's beautiful, everything that's precious in the world. So we are essentially offering the entire universe, but not just the ordinary universe that we find ourselves inhabiting, but a perfectly pure land of the Buddhas, where there is no, suffering. Everything, all the materials that are needed come, without effort, and there is, perfect peace and harmony between all the beings there. So we offer this ground anointed with perfume, strewn flowers, adorned with Mount Moon, the four continents, the sun and the moon. I imagine this is a Buddha land and offer it. May all the transmigratory beings enjoy this pure land. The objects of my attachment, anger and ignorance, friends, enemies, strangers, body and enjoyments, without any sense of loss I offer them. Please kindly accept them and bless me to pacify the three poisons in dependence on their own objects. Idam Guru Ratnam Mandala Kam Niratayami. Okay. So this is important, this inner mandala is, the objects of our attachment, anger, and ignorance. We do this, so also thinking that the beings, not only ourselves, but all beings in the world, will soon be free of these afflictions, these poisonous minds. Okay, so now we've done the preliminaries, and we can continue. We've done the motivation. I'm now switching to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer itself. And now we'll start here at the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of Compassion, Avalokiteshvara. So first, those of you who have had initiation before, then you can purify all the impure appearances into emptiness and arise as deity. So thinking that, phenomena don't exist in the way they appear. They exist to our deluded minds due to the imprints of grasping to true existence. They appear to our sense consciousnesses as having true existence, as existing from their own side. Yet through reasoning and analysis, we discover that this way of existing is actually impossible. No phenomena whatsoever exists in this false way, but rather all phenomena are merely labeled by the mind, mere dependent designations. And so now this mind that realizes the ultimate nature of phenomena, that one itself arises in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara, which is a form that then other sentient beings can interact with, receive teachings from, and so forth. So now those of you who don't have the initiation of Avalokiteshvara or a higher class of Tantra, then you can visualize the Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. And you can do that either in the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara form, Chenrezig, whichever you feel comfortable with. And then whether it's from yourself, visualizes Avalokiteshvara, or from the Avalokiteshvara, visualize in the space in front. Then as we do the mantra recitation, then we can visualize that all, numerous light rays radiate out from the heart. The heart has a lotus. On top of that is a moon disk. On top of that is the silver free, surrounded by the mantra garland. And as we recite the mantra, then numerous light rays radiate out from the syllables. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings, purifying them of all their sickness, all their sufferings of body and mind, all their afflictions, as well as all their all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we're done with our mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, so keep that visualization in mind, and we'll recite. First, chanting in a more melodious manner, and then we will go to a more silent recitation, so we can recite more mantras. Okay, and we can also think. This just came to me, but Avalokiteshvara is the Buddha of compassion, so we can also think that this purifying light rays also purifies all sentient beings of their self-cherishing thought, the thought that holds themselves to be more important than others, and instead, the mind of compassion, which Avalokiteshvara embodies, then their mind streams get imbued with this compassion, and then they are very acutely aware of all the sufferings of sentient beings, and they want to do everything they can to alleviate the suffering of others. And of course, not doing anything to harm sentient beings, others, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani. Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani Beme, Omani. So take a moment and rest in the awareness that now, having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that all the sentient beings are now completely purified from all of their sickness, all of their sufferings of body and mind, all of their afflictions, as well as all the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and think that they now have achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay. So now for the rest of the session, we will recite the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. And we'll do this again and again until our time is up. May all the diseases that settle the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher being out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that beset on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that beset the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases that beset the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So now we will switch to a more general dedication. So please dedicate in this way. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may Bodhichitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. And may the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. So here, especially to remember, Lama Zopa Rinpoche used to dedicate like this, especially, that bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the leaders of the world, all the political leaders, and then all those, who are in the military, right? So especially may bodhicitta be generated in all of their hearts, and then having generated bodhicitta, may they only have a mind that wishes to benefit others and alleviate the suffering of others, and never generate the thought that wishes to harm. So next, we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the severe moral way, who serve as a model of bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha as a victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of the emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the limitless Buddhas and limitless sending beings, which are completely empty existing from their own side, may I, whom completely empty existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sending beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then the next two verses from the King of Prayers. I further dedicate all these virtues to the train, just like the hero Manjushri knows reality, and just like some other Vajra as well. I further dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise to the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And then for the flourishing of Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merit of the three times of myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one, Lord Ram Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And then here we can also dedicate, please, let's dedicate for all those beings who have recently died. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by ourselves, as well as all the numberless sentient beings and numberless Buddhas, then all the beings who have recently died and are in the bardo, whether they died due to coronavirus or any other ailments, and then especially those who have died in the war, the conflict in the Ukraine. May these beings instantly be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, may they attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Dharma and Mahayana virtuous friend, practice well, and attain enlightenment in this in their next life. And then let's also dedicate for all those who are sick. So due to all the three-time merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as all the three-time merit accumulated by the number of sentient beings and the Buddhas, then all these beings who are sick, whether due to coronavirus, and then all the other casualties of war in Ukraine right now, all those who are injured, right? May they quickly be freed from all the ailments, all the sufferings of body and mind, have a full recovery. Then, after having recovered, may they live the most meaningful life by practicing the Mahayana Dharma and achieve enlightenment in this very lifetime. Then we can also dedicate for all the other problems in the world. So due to all the three-time merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as the three-time merit accumulated by numberless sentient beings and numberless Buddhas, may all the undesirable things in the world, so especially war. Then not only that, but all of the environmental problems due to natural disasters, as well as the human degradation of the environment and climate change, and then all the sufferings due to drought, all the suffering due to economic problems, all of these undesirable things, may they instantly, means this very second, end, So not just in this world, but all the world systems of the whole universe, may these instantly come to an end, and then may they never occur again. From now until the end of samsara. Okay, so thank you very much. So I think perhaps the next person, there's actually an open slot. So unfortunately, I can't go for the full half an hour, but I have a couple more minutes. So why don't we do one more dedication? And then especially I was, looking at the news, and then let's also think about all the refugees from the war, right? So, tremendous suffering going on there, having to, leave their homes and so forth. So then all the refugees caused by the war, both in the Ukraine and, still many refugees from the conflict in Syria, may they have all of their temporal needs met. May they find safe places to live and, receive all the food, shelter, clothing, material resources needed. And, after the conflict quickly ends, then may they return back to their homes with freedom and dignity. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much, all those who have, participated from around the world. I unfortunately do have to go, so I'm not sure who's going to come on next, but maybe they'll play a video recording. Anyway, thank you all for your continued participation, for your continued practice, and especially whatever besides the practice of reciting mantras and doing our prayers, then we have to put it into action in our daily lives. Whatever opportunities we have when we meet sentient beings, to treat them well. Okay, thanks very much.
us to do. As long as COVID is around, is happening, which this has really changed all our lives internationally. We haven't had a world war, but we've had a pandemic, a disease that's gone throughout the world, and really has changed our lives. My name's Thupten Chen, and I'm here with my esteemed colleague this for the next half hour. Okay, so let's just recite Refuge and Bodhichitta. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the highest assembly, from the virtuous merit that I collect by practicing giving and the other perfections, state of a Buddha, to be able to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the highest assembly. From the virtuous merit that I collect by practicing giving and the other perfections, I will attain the state of a Buddha to be able to benefit all sentient beings. I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the highest assembly. From the virtuous merit that I collect by practicing giving and the other perfections, I will attain this Buddha to be able to benefit all sentient beings. And then we will go to the motivation on the Vajra speech, the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and I will do a bit of a personal motivation as well. So we'll read this 3 times, and then I will go into a personal motivation, and then I will let you know when we'll all chant Om Mani Padme Hum together. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru. Go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So when we think of all sentient beings, we're not only thinking about sentient beings in the human realm as we know it, but we're thinking of all beings in all realms. And we often do this by visualizing our mother on our left and our father on our right, enemies in front, and all beings around us as far as the eye can see and further. And we go for refuge in the form of prostrations. It's often what we do. Practicing humility, knowing that we don't have the answers, and coming to the conclusion that this life, there is no lasting happiness in this life. This life, in fact, is just pervaded by a lot of suffering. Anything that appears like happiness, after time, it just changes to suffering. Like Lama Zopa said, when we're happy about something, it's the beginning of our next round of suffering. And this is so true. How pervasive it is, and it's a miracle that we're able to sustain a joyful mind. But we do this when we take refuge. We take refuge as underpinned by the law of cause and effect that, you know, as Buddhists and having studied, we do believe in karma, that by cherishing others, by practicing love and compassion and kindness, by practicing mind transformation techniques, by prostrating, by offering, that these do become the causes for developing a more joyful mind, a more expansive mind. And it is with this expansive mind that we are able to then really penetrate into the nature of reality. We were able to penetrate into
Okay. Sorry, I was looking for the last session, but it looks like it was a recording. So, yeah, we have about an hour together. I'm coming from Washington State in the US. So, greetings to anyone that's on. Hello, Aldo. And anyone
Thank you. Glad to see you again.
Nice to join you again. Yeah. And also to anyone that's tuning in on YouTube. Okay. Well, we'll take a few moments to settle and kind of prepare our minds for the prayers and practices that we have this opportunity to engage in. Thanks to the kindness and dedication of many people. And in dependence on the kindness of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has given us this precious advice of what we can do to bring benefit in the world. And this evening also, or today, now for this session, also, I think our minds are naturally focused and paying attention, and our hearts open to the situation around in Ukraine. And so there's an extra prayer that we're going to do today, prayer related to Guru Rinpoche. Lama Zopa Rinpoche has just recently advised to recite in order to offer some benefit for peace in the entire world, and in particular in the situation in Ukraine. So in order to offer the most benefit, to have the best results in our activity, the foundation is to settle the mind, to be as fully present and focused, that this amplifies the impact of our motivation, our prayers, our meditation. So as we continue through the practice, the mind will no doubt move to another time and another place. And we just notice that and bring the attention back. Bringing the fullness of our attention as much as possible to the prayers and practices that we're doing. And on this more stable foundation, we can then develop, create another layer. And that's our motivation, our intention. That the more heartfelt and sincere, the more meaningful our motivation is for ourselves, the more effect our prayers and meditation will have. And the more warm-hearted, open-hearted, altruistic, sincere, the more effect. So how do we cultivate an open heart, a warm heart, a compassionate mind, an altruistic intention, a sense of responsibility to do whatever we can to bring benefit in the world? How do we connect with the idea that our prayers, meditation, visualization, this intention, developing our own wisdom, is a form of activism, is a form of great benefit in the world? The sincere wish to help others to have happiness and to be free of any and every suffering that they're experiencing. And there are different techniques for being able to develop this deep and vast, expansive mind and heart. But in general, we can consider that the more we understand the situation, how we ourselves, our friends, our family, our loved ones, people we don't yet know, and even those who we have conflict with, even those we might identify clearly are behaving, causing great destruction and even death, that we're all exactly the same in our wish for happiness. and to not want to suffer at all. So there's a common thread that unites, connects all living beings. This innate wish for happiness and to be free from suffering. And yet, when we look at our own situation and the situation around the world, we can see that we spend much of our time creating the cause for the very suffering that we wish to be free from. Because of our confusion, because of our habitual tendencies, because change is often very difficult to manifest. And because in many cases we are confused about how to create the causes for the happiness that we want. So even though we want happiness, we create the causes for suffering. Even though we want to be free from suffering, we create the very causes that lead to that suffering. And in this way, we're bound by these choices and actions in this cycle. But it doesn't have to be this way. Through developing wisdom in the law of cause and effect, we can create the causes for the situations that we want to have. And by developing our wisdom even more, in a more refined way, we can understand at a more root cause how we create this suffering. And when we look out towards all living beings, we can see that this confusion about cause and effect, and the root of ignorance and confusion about how we exist, how things exist, and how we grasp at a reality that is confused. Then we can develop this deeper understanding of how this suffering arises, and a compassion that is infused with this wisdom that can see how it's possible to end suffering. Because things don't exist in a solid, permanent, independent way, even though we think they do, because they don't exist that way, therefore freedom is possible. So the conclusion of our love and our compassion is that we do everything we possibly can to help others, and that the best thing that we can do is to develop one's own wisdom in order to be able to help others develop their wisdom, which is the very key that unlocks the suffering they're experiencing. So the very best thing that we can do with our lives is develop this wisdom, to deepen this altruistic intention, with the ultimate goal of attaining a fully enlightened state and being able to benefit all living beings perfectly with this fully developed wisdom, fully developed compassion. So with this motivation, then we can think of all the beings in this world already suffering in many ways because of the pandemic that we've been experiencing. Many people have died. Many people have been sick and are still sick. People have lost their loved ones, been separated from them, isolated. Increases in depression and anxiety, increase in domestic violence, in people isolating with abusers. People have lost their jobs and lacking in resources. And there's been much conflict and disagreement about the best way to proceed. So much suffering. And then recently, there's now so much suffering happening in Ukraine, being invaded, people dying, attacking, people dying, defending. Almost difficult to believe in this day and age that this kind of invasion of one country to another takes place. So we open our hearts to all our human brothers and sisters. We can, through our prayers and meditation, dedications, that we can offer this positive actions to dedicate for peace, for wisdom to prevail, for dialogue and peaceful means, and an end to the conflict as soon as possible. And Lama Zopa Rinpoche shared with us a short motivation, general motivation that we can think of, particularly at this time. But the ultimate purpose of my life is to do perfect work for others. In order to fulfill that purpose, it's necessary for me to achieve the state of full enlightenment, omniscient mind. And in order to do that, I must actualize the path to enlightenment. Therefore, I'm going to do actions that become only causes for me to achieve enlightenment, and to bring all sentient beings to enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all my actions become only causes for me to achieve enlightenment, and to bring all sentient beings to enlightenment as quickly as possible. So now to strengthen the motivation for the practice, and also to, by reciting the foundation of all good qualities, we have the opportunity to put imprints in the mind of the entire path to enlightenment every time we read it. So after each verse, we can just pause and reflect on the meaning of the verse. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes its essence This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door towards suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teaching is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhichitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I merely develop bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the Bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So then we can visualize in the space in front of us all the enlightened wisdom and compassion of the enlightened beings, like a vast space filled with light. And then we can shape this wisdom and compassion energy into the form of Guru Chenrezig, embodiment of all the Buddha's compassion, who has a youthful white body made of light, smiling encouragingly towards us. We're doing this practice. And then around us, we can visualize, invite all living beings to join us in this practice, with our mother of this life sitting on our left, and our father of this life sitting to our right, our friends and family, loved ones seated around us. And then in the space in front of us, in a seat, sitting in front of us, inviting a very special guest, someone with whom we have maybe some conflict at the moment, that nevertheless is offering us an incredible opportunity to have compassion and love for them, no matter what the conflict is. And then seated all around us, as vast as far as we can see into the horizon, all living beings joining us in this meditation. And we try to bring to mind a sense of responsibility. Myself, I'm just one living being. Others are infinite. That we have this opportunity to meditate and say these prayers. So we take on this responsibility to do this practice for the benefit of all living beings. To offer benefit to every single living being without exception. So then with this visualization, together with all living beings, we can recite the refuge, the motivation and the refuge verse 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then taking a few moments to reflect on these, the meaning of taking refuge, to strengthen and deepen this mind of refuge. And we often talk about having one of the conditions for taking refuge is a healthy fear, or a wise turning away from suffering, difficult experiences, and also turning away from the cause of suffering. So to do this, we naturally seek something, a refuge, that is a safe direction, that will actually lead me to the happiness, the good outcomes, the growth, the freedom that we want in a reliable way. And somehow we've had the good fortune to come into contact with the teachings of the enlightened beings, who themselves were at one point just like ourselves, were suffering, were confused, and yet they successfully navigated the path and changed their own minds and freed themselves from the cycle of suffering and causing suffering by developing their wisdom completely. And so, just like when we go to a new place or try to understand a new device, we seek the guidance of someone who has been there or who knows how to use it through their own experience. Similarly, the enlightened beings have completed this journey to freedom, to full enlightenment, to freedom from suffering, and to be able to benefit beings perfectly. So it only makes sense that that's who we would seek safe direction with. That's who we would take refuge with. But really, we're not taking refuge with the person, we're taking refuge with their understanding, their realizations, what they've come to see and understand. So in that sense, the true refuge is the Dharma that they teach. And within the Dharma they teach, the true refuge is the complete cessation of all suffering. True cessation. And along the path, we need so much support to encourage us, to guide us. And so we have the Sangha to take refuge in, the spiritual community. The Arya Sangha, who have themselves seen a level of truth that they can speak from their own experience. And also our brothers and sisters practicing, supporting each other on this path. So being able to take refuge or safe direction in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And then as the last line of the verse indicates, we go for refuge ultimately to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya, the true cessation. Because our minds are ultimately empty, the empty clarity, they're empty of having any kind of solid or independent, substantial existence from their own side. And because of that, we can change. Because of that, radical change is possible. Because of that, we can completely eliminate all the afflictions in our mind, the negative emotions and thoughts that cause us to suffer. So the ultimate refuge is in the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Completely, fully developed wisdom, fully developed love. And even though many beings don't yet have an idea that this is possible, still we can take refuge in a way that is motivated to strive to help all beings achieve this state, to realize the empty clarity of their own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, we can visualize that light, white light and nectar come from Guru Chenrezig in this place in front. And it enters ourselves and all living beings around us. And we can think particularly of anyone that we know is suffering. And perhaps also at this time include anywhere that there's conflict in the world, and particularly in Ukraine at the moment, that Chenrezig's wisdom and compassion, light and nectar radiates out and fills the hearts and minds of all the beings that are in conflict, that are suffering in any way. And it immediately soothes the destructive emotions in their minds and opens the petals of their heart, where we could think perhaps like a bottle of perfume with the lid removed. Love, the perfume of love starts to radiate out from their hearts, transforming their intentions, letting go of any hostility that they have in their minds, only wanting peace, only wanting connection, harmony. And we can also imagine that this light and nectar goes particularly to the leaders that are making these decisions for conflict. And it completely transforms their minds. So they too, hearts open, and love and compassion and wisdom radiates out. And they decide to do everything they can to bring harmony and peace. We can visualize this as we recite the mantra. And then we can invite Guru Chenrezig to come and rest on the crown of our heads, and Guru Chenrezig radiates out, divides up, and sits on the crown of our head and the head of every single living being. And then we invite Guru Chenrezig to inspire us, to dissolve into us, to stay with us. Bless us with this fully developed wisdom and compassion energy. And Guru Chenrezig dissolves into light, and this light dissolves into us. And we can just take a moment to feel the sense of oneness with Guru Chenrezig's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. And as we do this, we can also bring to mind Guru Chenrezig dissolving into the hearts and minds of all the world leaders, and particularly those that are responsible for making decisions about conflict in Ukraine. And their minds and hearts are blessed and inspired to choose peace over conflict, love over hatred, dialogue over aggression. And then we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo together 3 times. And then we can recite the prayer, one of the Guru Rinpoche's prayers that Rinpoche has advised. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then on the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, in order to offer some benefit to what is occurring in Ukraine, we can recite the prayer to Guru Rinpoche that spontaneously fulfills all wishes. Amaho, in Dewa Chen, blissful pure realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing was aroused, and he blessed his emanation Padmasambhava to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate one, you never cease to bring us help and well-being. To the lotus-born Guru of Yogin, we pray. Grant your blessings, so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from Trisang Detsen down to the very end of the royal line throughout past, present, and future know your constant blessing. You are the only protection for rulers who follow Dharma as in Tibet. Compassionate one, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To the lotus-born Guru of Yogin, we pray. Grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, you look on sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings led astray by ignorance, skillfully you teach them with their emotions, so difficult to tame. Compassionate one, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To the lotus-born Guru of Yogin, we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come for those that have devotion, riding on the rays of the rising and setting sun. And on the 10th day of the waxing moon, you come in person, compassionate one. You act with vast power to benefit all beings. To the lotus-born Guru of Yogin, we pray. Grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final era of 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly, we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassionate One, you lead those with devotion to higher realms. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray. Grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centers of Dharma with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, you will repel aggressors and their armies. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the body of the Buddha of medicine. You will remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and Earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure unbroken Samaya, with no trace or doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our Yidam deity, you will ensure the true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling through hidden lands, forests, and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain and snow, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, the Guru Rinpoche, surrounded by mighty local deities, you will lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears, and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying, and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, Guru Rinpoche, along with your king warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in earth, water, fire, and air, to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddesses of the 4 elements, you will harmonize the elements into their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, through your realizations of the 4 mudras, you will dispel the terrible brutality and greed. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides who threaten us with lethal weapons, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of dying, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain we will be born in the blissful pure realm of Dewa Chen. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the Bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace or doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, you who know past, present, and future through your compassion, you will let all delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance, and suffer through grasping at delusion as real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, King of Bliss, you will utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And beings of all 6 realms are tormented by an immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with intense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then Rinpoche also advised that we recite this verse as a dedication for peace and happiness to prevail in the world, that due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, particularly the current situation in Ukraine, famines, diseases, global problems, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be stopped immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts by their generating loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. May the Buddha Dharma from where sentient beings receive peace and happiness last a long time and spread in all directions. And may all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may the lives of all of our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all perfect guides, may their lives be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their holy wishes, their plans for benefit in this world and beyond come about exactly as they envisioned without a second's delay. All right, thank you very much. Venerable Tempa from Kathmandu.
Hello, Venerable Tenzin.
From Kathmandu, from Kopan?
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
How are you?
Yeah, well, doing okay. Yeah.
And where are you?
Washington State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, in Rinpoche's retreat house here in Washington State, offering service. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Well, nice to see you.
Yeah, and you keep well.
Yeah, you too.
And yeah, have a nice time there and keep safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your session.
Is Namgyal is he still in retreat, or is he's?
Yeah, I think he seems to be still in his retreat. I think he may be finishing soon.
All right. Okay.
But I think he's communicating a bit more now.
Okay.
Understandably, so yeah.
If you have a chance to say hello to him for me, that would be wonderful.
Yes, I will do.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Try and check on him today. Okay. Bye-bye, Tenzin. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so thank you, Venerable Tenzin, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone, wherever you're joining the prayerathon from. My name's Tempa, and I'm here at Kopan Monastery, and yeah, here to lead this session of the Thangtong Gyalpo's Prayerathon, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice for current conditions in the world to pacify, in particular, the coronavirus pandemic. So we'll just take a few moments to bring to mind all of the things in the world of the sufferings and events that are happening at the moment that we wish to dedicate this practice for, and that are motivating us to be here and to have sincere practice and wish to benefit the numberless beings in all the 6 realms, the hell beings, the hungry ghosts, animal beings, all the human beings, all the suras, and intermediate state beings. So just take a few moments to bring to mind all of those numberless beings, as many as you can, starting with those near and close to you. And then in your wider community, the rest of your country, within your region of the world, and then try to get a whole world view. And there's just a fraction of all the beings in this universe and all the different realms of existing. So just try as much as you can to generate a sense of numberless sentient beings. And if not, just be content with bringing to mind all those near and dear to you, close by, those who you know are experiencing suffering at the moment in different parts of the world or your community. And think that we're taking the responsibility to generate merits which we dedicate for them to pacify obstacles that they're experiencing, as well as those obstacles we're experiencing ourselves, using this precious opportunity, so rare and sublime. Just visualize all those numbers of beings surrounding you in human form, spreading out in all directions as vast as space. And then visualize one's guru, who's the embodiment of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, the three rare sublime jewels of refuge, whom we take refuge in order to pacify and to generate purest of merits based on their intentions and dedications and profound understanding and knowledge. We can visualize them in the aspect of root guru, one's own root guru, or if one doesn't have, then in the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. And then we recite the lines of refuge, motivation and refuge from the Vajra speech of the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Clear state, bliss and emptiness. And then in order to strengthen our motivation and power of this practice, we would recite and reflect upon the verses of the 8 verses of thought transformation by the great Langway Tampa. These verses are to generate a renunciation of our self-cherishing mind, which holds ourselves most dear, who is only one among numberless sentient beings, who are most precious, providing all of our happiness in this and future and past lives. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Every numberless sentient being, whether they be friend, enemy, or stranger, treating them all with equanimity and holding each and every one most dear, without discrimination. Wherever I am and whomever I'm with, I shall always consider myself the lowest for all, and from the depth of my heart hold others most dear and supreme. So diminishing our pride and never looking down upon others, always seeing the most kind and most precious as having served the role of our mother in numberless past lives. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. So whenever disturbing emotions arise, resolving to be vigilant, to recognize, be mindful, and to abandon those immediately with their antidotes of loving kindness, compassion, patience, and so forth. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I had found a precious treasure. So no matter how terrifying and horrible sentient beings appear, remembering that their true nature is body-mind, completely clear Dharmakaya within each and every sentient being. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults, or the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. Never responding with anger and with pride in defense of one's own reputation and image. Surrendering that victory to all others is the most noble of antidotes and practices. When someone whom I have benefited and in whom I have great hopes gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. Whenever people behave or act despicably against us, especially those who we hold dear, we have faith in, seeing them not as someone to throw away or harm or hate, and think of them as being the guru who's helping us to practice patience and compassion and understanding, forgiveness, and so forth. In short, both directly and indirectly do I offer my every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and sufferings. So recalling the kindness of each and every sentient being who has been one's mother in numberless past lives, also in the present life and in the future lives. And resolving to take upon whatever suffering they experience oneself and offer them every virtue and happiness that one has presently received or has created the cause for in the past, and so forth. And whatever one is doing now, may they receive the benefit of all of it. Undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, I shall be released from the bondage of attachment. So having engaged in the practice of renouncing the 8 worldly concerns, the 8 worldly dharmas, which seems so habitual within our minds, and seeing the emptiness of all phenomena, lack of true existence, from those, ultimately, we will be released from this cyclic existence. Bonding us to samsara continuously. And with that, Holy Root Guru arises in the aspect of a great compassionate one. Just going to try to just share a picture. So visualize in the space before us, our Holy Root Guru arises in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig upon a variegated lotus and moon from the syllable Shri. He is in standing form with a pure white body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant, the essence of pure white light. In standing form, he has 11 faces. The principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green, and the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left green. They each have long, narrow eyes with smiling expressions. And above those is a black, wrathful face of Mahakala with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and barred fangs. He has orange flashing hair which stands upright, and upon his crown is the red, peaceful face of Guru Amitabha gazing down upon us and all the numberless sentient beings surrounding us infinite like space with endearing, loving kindness and compassion. Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart, holding a wish-fulfilling jewel, and second right hand holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations. And the fourth right hand holds a Dharma chakra. His second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem, and his third left hand holds a water vessel, and the fourth left hand holds a bow and arrow. His remaining 992 hands are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. The palm of each hand is an eye of a Buddha, representing the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon, gazing down upon sentient beings with protection, granting the realizations. He is adorned with many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks, and over his left shoulder is draped an antelope skin. And upon his crown is adorned a white syllable Om, at his throat a red syllable Ah, and at his heart a blue syllable Hum. At his heart is also a moon mandala upon which stands seed syllable Shri. From that seed syllable, pure white light rays are emitted in all directions. On the tip of each numberless light ray is the replica of the great compassionate one, going out to each and every sentient being, descending to their crown. And from them, the pure white light descends into the central channel of each sentient being through the crown of their heads, purifying all their delusions, negativities, and obscurations. All sickness, diseases, and spirit harms are completely purified. And while maintaining that visualization, we recite the 6-syllable mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. First, focusing on the purification of one's own negativities, obscurations, delusions, with that light passing through one's own central channel. Om Mani Padme 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 Omani Vedu, 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 Omani Vedu Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Omani Veda, 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 Om Now with the second mala recitation, we focus on that light emitting in all directions and passing down through those Chenrezigs on the crown of each sentient being into their central channel, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, and illusions. And one can visualize that pure white light that is passed through one's own central channel and purified all one's own negativities, obscurations, delusions, emitting out through one's heart to each and every sentient being and intensifying that purification. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 And now visualize for the third and final recitation of the mantra. Visualize that light emitting from the tree at Chenrezig's heart, separating into multicolored light rays, which emit out to each and every sentient being and descends through the crown of the head, granting them all the sublime realizations of the graduated path to enlightenment, so that each and every sentient being achieves the state of the very compassionate one. Now, think that all sentient beings, infinite like space, have transformed into the aspect of the great compassionate one, Chenrezig, unification of all the three time Buddhas, loving kindness and compassion. And visualize from that state arises in the aspects of the great master, the Thangtong Gyalpo, in order to benefit the sentient beings of this world, and reciting the actual prayer from the practice, liberating Sangha from disease. May all the diseases have the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher living animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I'd also like us to recite the other prayers by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, also recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche at this time. Secondly, a request to pacify the fear of famine, having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings. You, the compassionate one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guardian Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratigya Buddhas, Gurus, Yams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions. You actually both gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this land's world of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements and timely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth, ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties, for the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, the force of the infallibility of the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase. May all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And the third prayer, the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So bringing to mind particular conflicts happening in the world at the moment. We can dedicate in particular for those. Om Mani Padme Hum, the great loving victorious one, Arya sublime Ashram looking one, wrathful victorious Ayagriva, perfect Gotara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon the hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma and cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause those who are born and die to have long lives, not have sicknesses, and to stop their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants by the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, the unbetraying cause and result which has that ultimate reality. And the compassionate moon, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And so we rejoice in any merits that we may have accumulated during this session and in previous sessions by others and in subsequent sessions, all the virtue that one has ever created in the past, present, future, those of all the number of sentient beings and the Bodhisattvas and all the holy beings. How wonderful and how precious they are. And we dedicate all of those with the following prayers. First, the prayer taken from Bodhichaya Vitara by the great Shantideva. Sorry. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and find repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, the bound be freed. May the powerless find power. And may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I to remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And then we dedicate all of the merits that we have accumulated in past, present, and future, sealing with emptiness so that they may never be destroyed until enlightenment is achieved. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the noblest Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and the noblest sentient beings who exist in mere name, may the I which exists in mere name quickly achieve that enlightenment which exists in mere name, and lead all sentient beings who exist in mere name to that enlightened state which exists in mere name. By myself alone who exists in mere name. And then we dedicate for the long, healthy, and stable life of all of our precious gurus. May they live long, healthy lives, and may they always be able to teach as many sentient beings as possible and benefit as many as possible. And may those holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled as swiftly as possible. And in particular for His Holiness 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And also, in particular for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the seduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine. Savior of my, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And thank you everyone for joining the session and for all those who are supporting the sessions and leading, as well as coordinating in the background for leaders and also the technical side of things. Thank you so much, Chenrezig Institute and Venerable Damcho. So now I'd like to hand over to whoever is waiting or not, as it may appear.
I am waiting.
Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
Hello. Yeah, how are you?
Sorry?
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah.
Good.
Doing very well.
It's very rainy here in Brisbane.
Oh, now you're in. What time of year is it? Is rainy season now, right? Or it's starting?
No.
No, this is
we're
the dry
coming
season.
into winter.
Oh.
So yeah, very unusual, very unexpected, heavy rains for days and days and days, lots of flooding. Bit scary.
Oh dear. Yeah, well, hopefully there's some benefit from it for the farms
that's right.
and things.
I can stay in and do this practice.
Where are you in Australia?
In Brisbane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
at the Langritampa Centre or
yes, I'm part of the centre. I don't actually live there, but I live close by.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Well, very nice to see you, Venerable.
You too.
Please keep safe and have a nice session.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Hello, Chenrezig Institute, and hello, Aldo. Lovely to see you again. So nice to be able to do this practice as always. And we can, sort of think that, I was just saying to Venerable Tempo that it is, it's raining here, very, very rainy. And I should imagine people in Chenrezig Institute are flooded in, that they possibly can't get out. And that, in Brisbane, where I am, there's a little bit of minor flooding on the roads, not a great deal. But further north, there's lots and lots of flooding, lots of scary, fast water rescues and things. It's so difficult. People come around a corner or come over a hill all of a sudden into fast moving water across the road and get washed away. So it's a very, very scary time for some people. But of course, scary time in the world. We can think of all of the people in the Ukraine and in Russia, and our hearts, as we do this practice today, can go out to them, so we can, sort of keep all of those who are fearful in our hearts today. Fear of flooding, fear of war, fear of COVID-19, fear of dying. So many fears in the world, so scary for lots and lots and lots of people. And sometimes it's easy to feel overwhelmed, but we shouldn't let ourselves get overwhelmed. If we can't be there to help people where they are, we can do practices such as this. Prayer and aspirational thoughts, positive thoughts that are generated, go out into the world and swirl around throughout the universe, helping others. So we need to constantly watch our minds, let go of any negativity, let go of any fear, and generate positivity, generate hope, generate loving kindness. This is how we can heal the world. We can do our bit to heal beings, to heal the environment. So today, as usual, we will start with the motivation. Then I will do another prayer that was recommended in our newsletter that came out this morning. It was another prayer by Master Thangtong Gyalpo for peace. And it's a particular prayer that Rinpoche has asked us to do now that there is war happening in the Ukraine. So we will do the refuge, recite the manis, do the peace prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo, and then do the liberating suffering from disease. Okay, so this motivation, such a beautiful prayer. Motivation in the form of refuge. And truly, there can't be a better motivation. And this form of going for refuge was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Kyabje Lama Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. So, what great benefit, what great blessings for us to be able to recite this prayer that came directly from Arya Avalokiteshvara. And we'll recite the prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now holding every single suffering being in your heart, you can recite Mani mantra. Let's do it for 3 manas. We can do it aloud for 1 mana, 108 beads, and then under our breath. And with every symbol, every syllable, feel compassion resonate within your own body, within your environment, spreading out to your city, your suburb, your state, your country, the whole world. Know that this resonance will continue to heal beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Now I will read the new prayer that we have been given. The words of peace, pacifying the dangers of weapons. Here are the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha. Transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva. Fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsun Tara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like father and mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura, from now on never run in this area or country or world. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect. And having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, samsaric beings, to have long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be completed. Might just read that a couple more times. Here are the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsantara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 degenerations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like father, mother, that increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious, evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura, from now on never run in this area or country or world. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect. Then, having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at right times, always have good harvests, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable. And by the compassion of the Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be completed. Here are the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsantara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 degenerations by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessings with the recognition of each other like father, mother, and increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Azura, from now on never run in this area or country or world. I am requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect, and having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting. Enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvests, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable, and by the compassion of the Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure, extensive prayers be completed. And now we will read our Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer that we usually read. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we can go to our dedication prayers. Okay, so as Venerable Temper did in the last session, I like to read the dedication verse, the extract of chapter 10 from the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. And as we recite this prayer, hold all suffering beings. Indeed, it's every single sentient being, all suffering, so many different ways. Hold them all in your heart. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth. Those weak with sorrow find joy. Those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. dedicate with emptiness due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings. May all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May you live past 100 as you've promised. May you keep well. May all your holy wishes be fulfilled. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Rinpoche, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may he live long, may he be well, may all his holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honouring the 3 jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you to everybody who has participated so far this weekend and are yet to participate. May you all be well and happy. May you all live long. May all of those at Chenrezig Institute be safe in these flooding times. May the war suddenly finish in Ukraine. May dialogue work. And may the wonderful, venerable Damcho be well and happy and live long, because he does amazing work in the world. Hello, Damcho.
Hello, Chen, how are you? It's always
Good,
lovely,
thank
you know, to, you know what, in when you look at the news and when everything looks depressing, it's wonderful to have that positive energy that you radiate. And I think that is the important bit, that we do not forget the good things in life, you know, the positive things in life, because they would see us through the dark times, you know, keeping that seed of love and compassion tucked away until we're ready to sow it again, you know, when the ground is fertile. You know, it's
Yes.
like harvesting, you know, making sure you look after your crop seeds. So thank you very much. And thank you very much for your very, very kind words. And it's really great to have you on board. Thank you very much indeed. You keeping well?
Oh, very well, thank you. Looking forward to the time when we can all meet each other at retreats somewhere, maybe not too far distant. We can meet all of the people we keep seeing online every weekend.
Yes, I wonder where would be a good place. Where would be good, sort of in the middle of the ocean, you know, halfway across the pond. But
Well,
it would be lovely.
I'm hoping for Bendigo next year, for Rinpoche to come back to Bendigo, to the Great Stupa. But Singapore's always good. But
Yeah.
hey, I've you know,
That's a
seen
well-traveled nun. Bendigo is good. Singapore is good.
That's it. I've seen His Holiness in Manchester and Dundee.
Yes.
And I met you in London. So hey, you know, anywhere in the world's good.
Oh, bless you. See, it's actually quite a small world these days, if you think about it. So that's why when things happen, you know, we suddenly take a bit more notice, you know, it's, but again, you know, it's important that we also hold on to the precious moments, not just, you know, break everything in anger because of other people's, you know, hatred-filled hearts and wrong views. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Take care.
You too.
Take care, Aldo. I can see Aldo in the corner. Take care, Aldo. Bye.
Bye-bye. So yeah, this was our dear, always cheerful, always smiling Venerable Trinity. She's just a joy to have on board. And I see we got Aldo here. Hello, Aldo. And
thank you. That's all. So glad to see you again.
Oh, bless you. Thank you for being here. Really sort of, for you, you know, prayerathon is sort of an intensive event. Aldo spends a lot of time listening, like so many of you, which is really, really great. And thank you very much for the wonderful support that gives to each and all the leads who give their time so freely, and also to the wonderful team at Chenrezig for hosting us so diligently. So who have I got with me at Chenrezig this morning? I thought I'd seen Terry. Is it you, Terry, I have with me this morning? Who's with me?
Yeah, Terry, there was the first event this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Chenrezig. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? Yes.
Lovely
very
to see,
well here. Thank you.
Lovely to see you. It's always great. Thank you very much for taking such good care of us. And I heard that dear Nathan had his last shift last week. So he was another strong part of the wonderful team in the background to keep us on air, you know, for what was it, 18 months? And I've been well informed that in all that time, it shows you now, you know, we so rely on the wonderful people of the tech team, the multimedia team, you know, to keep us on air. And all that time, he only missed one weekend, and that was for work reasons. I mean, what dedication, you know, with all those wonderful people in the background, we couldn't do it. So thank you very much on behalf of all of us. You know, my thanks to you and all the multimedia team. Thank you. And I think I also have two newcomers this weekend. We have Regina from the UK and Marco joining us from Italy to join the media team. So it's a truly global event. And, you know, after sort of 18 months of prayerathon, it's wonderful to see that so many, you know, still want to offer help and support and service. So thank you very much to each and every one of you, also you who join us online so regularly. And sending, you know, messages of support and, you know, prayer requests. Thank you very much. You know, I think somebody left a little note just before I came on, you know, pray for the Ukraine. And the Ukraine is definitely, you know, in our thoughts and prayers this weekend. But we also have to think about all those who oppose the regime in Russia, who make their voices heard and also take the consequences from that. And also those who are at the front line on both sides, who will engage in action, which may result in additional suffering and death of other beings. So we also have to show compassion to those. But it's interesting when we think about it in this world, how much suffering we were happy as a global society to look away from. Because it didn't concern us. It wasn't on our doorstep. It didn't, you know, as long as we got the goods, you know, we were quite happy to look away. And, you know, the Ukraine is not just something that happened, you know, overnight, the last few weeks, months, or even a couple of years. It's been going on for quite a while. And as far as I can think back, and probably even before that, it all goes back, you know, even to World War II, you know, in the run up to World War II, you know, when Hitler decided he wanted to annex and reunite German-speaking territories. And then, you know, it went from there. And after we fought World War II, and said, "Oh yeah, this will never happen again." Such stuff, and the United Nations were then born. Within 5 years, we had the annexation of Tibet and other Asian countries, over the years, and for over 70 years, the world looked away, tolerated, and actually got themselves involved in other conflicts, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and if you think about it, it's just has been an entire mess of quarreling and fighting. And then in the last few years, we heard in various parts of the world, politicians raise the issues of, not only, if you think about it, and it echoes again the same message, one country policy, these are all territories, bring back the empire. It's just nuts to think that, by thinking of global imperialism, that happiness is being spread. Such empires were built on the suffering of others, and the exploitation of cultures and resources for the benefit of a few. And Aldo, I think you're still unmuted, and so yeah, if you think about it, the suffering that goes with it, but that's so easily forgotten, and we tend to forget about it very easily. As long as we get what we want, well, it's not that bad. We only have this one thing. But if sort of billions of people want this just one thing, the exploitation of resources on people is quite significant. So we all have a degree of share with that. But as a global society, we talk about democracy, we talk about, helping nations, but what we tend to do is we tend to bully nations, which we can control, and we hold back when there is situations that, are opposed by forces of similar strengths or slightly, bigger strengths compared to us. So, and that is really shame in this world. But as I said just now to Venerable Trinley, it's also up to us, to bring about this change, to hold on to the positive things, to not get drawn into the anger and hatred that some segments of society want us to feel, so that they can impose their ideological views for their own gain. Because if the same people who initiate these conflicts would actually have to be at the front line themselves, I wonder how many would actually, engage in such actions if they would have to lead the charge themselves. If you were to say to them, you can govern, but you're not allowed to make any profit for yourself. Any profit you make goes to the society that you're meant to be caring for the benefit of those less well off. I wonder. But we have to carry the compassion for all beings, because even those actions of those, should we call them? I don't want to get too political here. But those who have these wrong views, these selfish views, these, the power crazes and the like, where is that coming from? But from their own delusions and suffering, by keeping others down, making themselves feel bigger and stronger and, more powerful. So it's really, really sad to see all this conflict. And quite a few of my friends who have a lot of friends and acquaintances, be it in Russia, in Latvia, and the Ukraine, and other parts of Eastern Europe, are just in tears, getting messages from their friends, saying, listen, we're opposing all this. I hope the news show that we do not agree with the conflict. And, we have to be careful because, we're being targeted as well. And all those whose homes are being bombed and destroyed, and family members are being lost because of the fighting. Again, they're suffering all the way around. So don't blame the masses and individual, people for the actions of a few whose greed for power and might and material things, try to destroy all that is good. We shouldn't forget, and that's the important thing. Unfortunately, we have a time in which sort of darkness falls, rain has fallen, and it's interesting. So really, what Tolkien said in Lord of the Rings, the world has changed. I see it in the water, I feel it in the earth, I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost. For none now live who remember it. And that's the thing. We can put our head in the sand and totally ignore what's going on, or totally indifferent to what's going on. As long as we remember, the good things, we can overcome. We can overcome all that is not good. And, as long as we keep the fires burning, we will always be able to generate light on a grander scale to dispel the darkness, to keep us warm, to keep us safe, and to carry the torch of hope, for those whose fire has been extinguished, to give them the chance to reignite that love and compassion for all beings, to find peace. And that's the important thing, So we still can contribute, but it's not looking away. That's the important bit. Not forgetting. That is really sad to think, in history sometimes talks about, and I can only comment on, what history has taught my people back in Germany. When I hear sometimes heard over the years, how could it be that the Germans didn't do anything? Just think about the global social media campaigns that try to influence you. Think about how they have, covered things up. How with the help of certain media outlets, you can destroy, views and, instill a degree of misinformation. And I'm not excusing what happened, by saying that, but just think back. Think back about all the efforts that are being put in, the misinformation about vaccines, the misinformation. I think even here I read there's a lot of misinformation already being spread about the invasion of the Ukraine. The false photos are being used from completely different events, from air shows, etc. And it's just, the machine is working to confuse us, to make us indifferent to what's happening around us. And don't let that happen to you. Again, don't let their hatred, blacken your own motivation. Keep that light burning, that little light inside. Okay. So if we make a start then. So if we visualize in the space in front of us, our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the right initiations, feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. And anyone who is joining us right now from or even later on as a recording, if you're joining us, if you come from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion, in particular right now, peace. Anyone who's joining us feeling uncomfortable of engaging with deity visualizations, just visualize a clear light. Let that light be filled with love and compassion for all, and let peace prevail. I think it was His Holiness who skillfully said, if your religion encourages you to acts of violence and war, then it's time, to change your religion. Because deep down, all faiths really seek to guide to love and compassion. Visualize our light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, across the 6 realms, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all delusions and negative karma of past lifetimes. We at this point also visualize how all aspects of hatred and warmongering are definitely being destroyed and washed away, so that the goodness of our true nature, our compassionate nature, our loving, kind nature, our peace-loving nature can be revealed again. This light enters the bodies, atom by atom, we have all this negative karma being removed, being filled with that loving light. Even if you think that all sounds too good, but surely, I must go to war against these people. What good is war when its nature is that of suffering, tragedy? How much better it would be if we all just could sort things out with dialogue. We also have to consider our own actions and how those actions affect our karmic future, and karmic bank balance, and so to speak. Their action, their karma, our actions, our karma. And only because we do not necessarily wish to fight doesn't mean that we have to be passive and do nothing. Think about whether you would prefer to live in a war-torn country, having to worry every 5 minutes whether or not your house is being destroyed, whether you will get food, whether you will be shot, whether you step on a mine, whether you may be arrested and tortured, whether you would just rather be able to go on the street, enjoy the world, all the goodness it has to offer, be happy, be healthy, live long lives, and get on with everyone, not having to worry. But then again, it's up to us to contribute to that happiness. we carry those seeds of love and hope. If we want to bring about change, we need to change ourselves. Not being different to the things that are happening around us. And take skillful action. And we call upon Mother Sending Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sending beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call, and the Guru smiles, and the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. We're being filled with that compassionate light, and I'll be absorbing that light. We begin to shine brightly atom by atom, our bodies being filled to the extent that we can hold no more of that love and compassion. We exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sending beings who likewise seek happiness and freedom from suffering. And those beings exchange themselves with the Guru and Mother Sending beings. We all come together with the Guru, become one with the Guru, become one with one another. And the more we're being joined by other beings, the brighter we shine, dispelling the darkness of negative actions and delusions and also samsara. May we shine brightly for those who are lost in the darkness so that they may find their way out. May we act like a searchlight to seek out those who are aimlessly wandering in the darkness and in confusion, so that we may guide them towards the light, love, and compassion, and through their own liberation. So about to recite the morning mantra, remember to keep exchanging yourselves with the Guru and Mother Sending beings. And as we recite those mantras, think about all the sending beings in this world who are struggling. Remember that Om represents the actions of body, speech, and mind, our defiled actions of body, speech, and mind that have contributed to the suffering. Having had the wrong view, having wrong thoughts, wrong speech, wrong actions. But we wish to transform, we wish to be of benefit to Mother Sending beings, we wish to end this suffering for all and our own. And by doing so, achieve a higher state, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. But in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So again, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and other deities, the Guru and other beings. And we're overlapping the prayers, the Mani mantras with the praises to the sublime Chenrezig. So we're going through the 6 realms, because through the actions as described in here, we also open the gateways to the different realms. And the realms are a manifestation of our mind. So we need to monitor our actions. And we can easily see that when we recite these prayers, where some of these beings who encourage negative actions right now may be heading, and what their suffering may be. But then we have to consider our own actions and make sure that we do not fall into the same trap. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Now we start the Rams, and for each Ram we recite one mala of manis whilst exchanging ourselves. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time, under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence, in the perfect pure land of the Bodhisattva. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-bill mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. We do one more round of manis. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I think exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. May we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state. May we continue to, with our prayers, may all those that we exchange compassion with, all the mother sentient beings across the 6 realms, may they also be pure. May all the negative karma be purified. May they be freed from the lower realms and at least be reborn in the higher realms, indeed in the realm of man. And most importantly, may they all achieve the state of enlightenment, to be freed from all the suffering that exists across all the 6 realms. So may we recite the Tara mantra. invite the Great Mother Tower to join us, as advised by His Holiness in these difficult times to move all the obstacles. If you visualize Great Mother Tower in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from Tower's body in all 10 directions. And if we remind ourselves of the meaning of the Tara mantra, Om represents again holy body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness, all of which is so obviously present in this world, not just in others, but also in ourselves. But we see it particularly in areas of conflict. To liberate us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So again, being mindful and appreciating that Tara is here to help and remove all the obstacles. May all obstacles be removed for those who are sick, to be reinstated to good health. May cures be found for all diseases and pandemics. May those about to enter the bardo have entered the bardo. Have all obstacles removed for favor of rebirth and swift transitions. May all obstacles be removed for those who experience hardships, to be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those and reestablish themselves in a place of happiness and free of suffering. May all obstacles be removed to find a peaceful solution to the conflicts in this world, particularly the ones currently in the Ukraine, which has caught the eye of the world. Yeah, there's so many other conflicts going on right now as well that we should not close our eyes to. So as we recite the Tara mantra, keep on visualizing how that light of Tara radiates to each and every one of the sentient beings and removes all the obstacles. So we do one full round. You also dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, particularly His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May their lives be long, and may we continue to be guided by their wisdom and love. Om Dare Dudare Dure Suha, 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 Om Dare. Maybe also invite the guardians to join us, and reciting Vajo Arma. May we be protected from all outside influences, but may we also protect ourselves, be guarded. About the actions of our own body, speech, and mind. May they always be pure and with the brightest of intention. May we never continue to stop being of benefit to other sentient beings, and continue to lessen the impact of negative actions that come from our own side, but may also all be protected from the influences of those who seek to harm us through pandemics, diseases, and interferences with our minds. So because of time reasons, we just recite the Vajo Arma without the visualization. Those of you who know, just visualize Bishop Fani. So we recite 7 times. Vajaped, Padmaswari, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu, Vajaped, Vadasori, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu, Vajaped, Padmaswari, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu, Vajaped, Vadasori, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu. Vajaped, Padmaswari, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu. Vajaped, Padmaswari, Penibishinignang Taida, Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshuksu. Black Manjushri, and we need to remember that despite their ferocious looking and wrathful appearances, these guardians are here to benefit us, who've taken upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow, to stop us harming ourselves and others, but also step in the path should there be forces, outside forces, trying to harm us. And I like to think of them like a mother. As long as the child behaves, the mother smiles. When the child does something ridiculously, dangerously stupid, the facial expressions change very much in horror. The actions taken are driven out of love, not hatred. That's the big difference, with wrathful appearances compared to those who are driven by hatred. So let's not forget that. So we recite Black Manjushri 7 times. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. Om Tam Chochu Sudura Sudu Misu Ningala Chakala Jakam Shantam Bebesu. So having prepared ourselves, maybe now recite the main prayer. So look, we do 3 recitations. Here we go for 3. Okay, let's remind ourselves why we're reciting these prayers. Originally, we started off with these prayers due to the pandemic, but not exclusively. We continue to pray for those who have been affected by COVID and other diseases, but also, experience sufferings in many forms, particularly now through those of conflict, as we see on the media in the Ukraine, but not conflict is not restricted to the area of Ukraine and the Russian border. May all conflicts in this world cease to be, and may peaceful solutions to be found. May again those who are sick be reinstated to good health. May cures be found for all illnesses, diseases. May all those about to enter the bardo, or have entered the bardo, be reborn under favorable conditions. May they abandon all negative karmic deeds that involve killing and creating suffering for others, particularly those who've passed on the front line. May all those who experience suffering due to lack of resources be given whatever necessary to overcome these hardships and be reinstated to a state of happiness. May all sentient beings find harmony and peace within the hearts and continue to work towards a peaceful world, a harmonious world that is equal and filled with compassion. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and endemic conditions, such as sounds of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The may sound of whose names differ beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's take a moment just to let those prayers sink in. Again, make sure whatever we do when we recite these prayers to do that with a compassionate heart and not just recite the words and go, doesn't make any difference anyway. So why are we saying these prayers then? Why are we going through all the trouble reciting these prayers if we're just reciting words? Prayers are there to help us focus, to provide positive energy for those who need it the most. And these words also carry their own energy to bring about the change. So we shouldn't just diss them in any form or shape. Remember that the way we go out and engage in these prayers can also be inspiring for those who seek wisdom, clarity, inspiration, love, and compassion. So we're reciting, we've got 10 minutes, so we're reciting one of Thangtong Gyalpo's other texts, the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons, is particularly relevant right now. But again, he places a lot of emphasis of what's happening in the Ukraine, and rightly so. But as we touched on earlier, for far too long we have paid little attention to the other conflicts in this world. More often we looked away because it didn't affect us, it wasn't our doorstep. Often we tolerated it because, well, we need the resources. We need the latest TV, the latest car, the latest mobile phone, the latest this, the latest that. But I don't want to pay too much for it. So we're contributing to some of these conflicts, often about power, influence, and resources in the ground. So we need to be very mindful, that there's a lot of pain going on around the world, and that we have compassion for all of those, and that we shouldn't tolerate one and ignore the other. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, I, a sublime, compassionate eye looking one, wrathful, victorious Hajagriya, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon me hearing. You are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. And the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering. From the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is the blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents. Through you defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly to the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously be reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvests to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindful deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Dedications. Like earth, water, fire and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as alike and without exceptions. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated, may I abide. Even though I achieve the highest of enlightenment, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. I dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes, and may be the cause for them to achieve others. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community. May they continue to be in the company of Sangha and virtuous friend in this and our future lifetimes. May we be grateful for them engaging in all the studies and giving teachings and preserving the Dharma in many different ways for eons to come. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May I dedicate to all the wonderful lay community who, through their kind actions and support, by giving their time, expertise, and financial means to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and other charitable events can flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha community. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the wisdom and love in this and all future lifetimes. And may we please them by achieving our own enlightenment for the benefit of Mother Sentient beings. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who have guided us thus far, and how fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, to appreciate their teachings and access their teachings so freely these days. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May they live long and healthy lives. May we continue to be guided by their love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the mass of these virtuous actions, may we attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhichitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the mass of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future mass collected by me, and all the mass of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Finish with the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangrira weke we shingandi penang deva malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatsugi shapesi te badu tengyu hochi. Pupsu Changjing Yam Gun Gelwe Tenzing Gun Pewe Kunzu Do Fuzi Chokshun Kewe Leg Mundu Padak Suk Dulje Gondu Shaten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for your kindness, for joining us in these sessions. Thank you very much to all the wonderful Sangha for giving their time so freely, making prayerathon possible. And thank you, of course, to all the wonderful people in the background, the tech team, the office staff, for making sure that we can be out here on YouTube, on Zoom, live and as recordings later on. Thank you very much for all your wonderful, wonderful help. And maybe soon find peace in this world. And without further ado, I hand over to our dear Venerable Tender, who's waiting patiently in the wings. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm fine, and you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Keeping well. It's a busy weekend because
yes.
We have BP with Gendon. So that's going on, and programs to be finalized, and of course with the new guidelines for Losa, the extra prayers, Retarder and Manis, and of course now with
busy time for an SPC.
Yes, and also now with the conflict. So I'm thinking of putting some extra prayer sessions in, for the schedule. So it's going to be all fun, But
is Gandun coming, or is it also online?
No, it's online this month because we weren't quite sure at the beginning, how everything works out with February, and then now it's a matter of course, the minor complications now with getting visas. So, but hopefully, won't be long before it's coming over.
Yes.
But so it's going to be all good.
Yes, no visas for UK. Yes, new phenomenon. Hey, thank you so much that you made time to do this again. Not only organizing it, but also doing so many sessions again.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Right. Thank you very much.
Also, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much for being there. I just saw your face. Hello. Good morning. Evening for you, I guess. Evening already.
Master Tim.
Yes.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Okay. Thank you so much for helping us. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I see Aldo is there, Saldron is there. Nice to see you. And also on YouTube, must be people, I don't know who, but it's so nice that you take time to do prayers with us for many difficult situations. And of course, not in the last place, also for ourselves, because creating merit, fulfilling the wishes of our teachers, brings ourselves to enlightenment. We engage in the right way to all the movements around us. So my name is Tendar. I'm director of IMI, and I'm also a monk at Mandala Monastery in France. I'm very happy to be able to start with a meditation on love today, and then move on to the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We will do a lot of Om Mani Padme Hum mantras, and then we will end with one dedication prayer. So a few dedication prayers. So yeah, maybe we start with focusing on ourselves, feeling that we sit well. The meditation will last maybe about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So the whole session will take 1 hour, almost 1 hour, because we have prayers at Nalanda at 8 o'clock. So 1 hour. My follow-up comes a bit earlier, so it can be in time. So we can focus on our breath, which goes in and out without that we change our breath. So this meditation is on love, which is not always so easy. We have a strong self-cherishing love for ourselves is quite easy, but in some certain situations, it might be very difficult. Can we have love for someone who caused really problems, for bad politicians, people who treat their children not well, those who have made serious mistakes, like having done a rape or abused others. Then might also be people we turn away from because they might have hurt us, have stolen from us. So it might not always be easy if we have not trained our mind to feel love. And it's quite easy to feel attracted to those who serve our goals, who say nice words, give our presents. And turn away from those who do the opposite. So that would mean that we still have not an equal mind, which is a problem. Somehow it's good to realize that friends, enemies, neutral people, it's a kind of show over time who is in which category. We are very strong, have this attitude. Friends can turn to enemies. How many people have been separated from each other while they were married before, or were in the same political party, then got strife. Due to people, due to some kind acts, nice words, become our friends. Others can become our enemies. Enemies that become even friends sometimes by knowing them better, by making our love increase our love, and increase our compassion, and change our own attitude. We might be able to have an experience that people which pumped up in our mind as enemies became friends again. But we have this natural resources, actually our mind has this natural capacity to love everyone. So we can try to get in touch with that before we visualize our father, mother of this life around us. So our mother on our left side, father on our left side, all other family members, those who are friends, those people we love behind us. And then we can focus on our heart, focus on this natural capacity that we hope that we ourselves and the others around us, our family members, are happy. That they have a feeling of happiness, that they have contentment, a smile on their face, kind of relaxed smile. So easy to feel this for those we love. Then we can extend that warm feeling. You might visualize it as warm energy, you might feel it as clear light. It goes from your heart to those you visualize around you. We can have this sincere wish. May they find what they are looking for: protection, peace, food, the clothes they want, other necessities they want. And it's not that difficult to extend this to the whole universe, all the sentient beings. We have neutral feelings too. So visualize that all around us are all sentient beings from the universe. They're all watching the same direction as you, including all animals in human form. Those who are in the bardo who have no body at this moment, they all look in the same directions as you. They are around you from all 10 directions, so it's beyond conception. And this warm feeling, this warm energy, positive energy, with this clear light, goes also out to them. We can also visualize in front of us those we have difficulties with, those we heard bad stories about, those politicians who are more selfish or very nationalistic, only think of the benefit of a small group. We can find them all over the place. Also, people when we hear their stories, we have difficulties with them. Might be even people from the past, like Hitler and so forth, Mao Zedong. Idi Amin, and so forth. So those who have have been responsible for so many deaths. Then maybe even from our own lives, we remember people. When we think of them, we become immediately unhappy. We might think in terms of revenge. So not just we were jealous actually at them, they had something we wanted, or they stole from us, or so we were meeting difficult circumstances. We think like, no one can bear this. Also, I cannot bear that. What actually happens is that our natural light of love, the stream of positive energy, gets blocked. Like the cloud takes over, the sun disappears. All the seconds we might be angry, jealous, scared, distressed. Are moments that the clouds take over and the sun seems to have disappeared. We are not happy. And there are different methods to think that they made maybe indeed a mistake. But maybe we have made mistakes ourselves as well in the past. Due to their disturbing emotions, their greed, their anger, they did misdeeds. Because of that, they stole, they lie, they cheat, they're greedy, wanting only things for themselves, for my country, and so forth, for my family. When clouds take over our mind, love, compassion disappears. it's a dangerous time for ourselves regarding because there's the potential that we create negative karma ourselves. I for myself, get easily angry when other people are angry. Like I mirror their negativities. But it's actually like a cloud. My natural love, compassion, light are pushed back and not manifest for myself and not manifest for others. So while we are in touch with this beautiful feeling, this light, which we transmit also to others, to the whole universe, including Hitler, Mao Zedong, including politicians we don't agree with, including people who have other opinions, including those who are angry at us, including those who have done bad deeds and are in jail. So we can slightly increase our love, compassion, even to a level that we want to make sure that we keep this love, compassion also in the future by setting a goal or setting a goal that we today try to stay the whole day with this natural capacity of love. We'll not give the clouds a chance to pop up when others are angry at us, cheat us, are jealous at us, make false accusations at us. But instead, we keep this beautiful mind of light, compassion. And we will see, because we have an increased love and compassion, that this has influence on others, and especially on those who we would otherwise be disturbed. Those people might even get impressed by you, that you stay so calm. When people have negative patterns, which they spread in their social environment, they are in general also used that people again react negative towards them. So it might inspire them to think, doubt why you are not like others, why you can see their natural capacity as well, that side of them, with which they themselves are sometimes not in touch. So then we can do this for 1 day, maybe we can do it even for 2 days or 3 days. Build up really patience in our mind. Also, by having this capacity, you might find much more practical solutions for problems. You might be much more practical, constructive, not only on the relational level, but by staying cool and practical, how to avoid situations. With a more clear mind, we are much more creative. So although we might feel that this is hard work, we can take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We can take refuge in Buddha because he has gone this path like other Buddhas in the past. They know the way to eternal happiness, because just staying cool, and loving, and bright for some days is not our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is to reach a state for the rest of for this life and future lives. So it's a very big goal. We can use inspiration, help, assistance from those who have gone this path. The Buddha has developed all positive qualities which are necessary. So we reached Buddhahood, has to overcome all disturbing emotions, and has to also overcome all obscurations to omniscience. That's the most perfect mind. The Buddhas are there to help us. Like a mother who guides different children, she can be of most meaning to those who listen, who wants to learn her skills, take on her advice. When the child is very stubborn, it limits the possibility of the mother to guide the child. So Buddhas are very happy if we try to practice their instructions. Like mother is happy when the child follows the instructions and she knows in this way it will be a cause for happiness, good experiences in life. And Buddhas are there 24/7. Without any second. They can foresee situations. They have developed so much potential to guide us. So there's so much more than Bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas can already do so much more than if we have a feeble mind, like at least mine. So take refuge in Buddha Dharma Sangha. So in front of us, we can visualize the Buddha with us. Well, we visualize all the sentient beings still around us. So we can visualize the Buddha in front of us, looking to us. Buddha Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, we say, because the essence of Chenrezig is one with our spiritual teacher. This is incredible compassion. So whether it's His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Lama Yeshe, Khandrola, or any of the Geshes in FPMT, or any other teachers like Karmapa or Shakya Trimzin, whoever is your teacher is one with Guru Chenrezig. So we can visualize Chenrezig. We can offer a throne out of respect to create karma, to remember these special qualities he or she has. 4-arm Chenrezig or 1,000-arm Chenrezig. So we move to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Prayer liberating Shakya from disease. And setting our motivation. Let's share it on the screen, the text. So we make these prayers on behalf of all sentient beings, and especially those who are hit by the COVID. Then, of course, for everyone else we know who are in danger, who have problems. Because these days, Ukraine is hot. Actually, we should do prayers for war, for peace every Saturday, but as it comes closer to us, we feel maybe more urge. They feel sometimes closer to us than the war situations in Africa, where we don't hear so much about. So we encourage everyone there who is involved in our practice to create cause conditions for wisdom, compassion, love, support, support for everyone whose negative karma is ripening. Lose their houses, lose their lives. So we can include all sentient beings around us, who we visualize around us in our practice. We want to do it for all of them. With the motivation, may peace prevail, may wisdom prevail, may the consequences of the pandemic and war situations and other uneventful events on this planet, like fires, earthquakes, and so forth, may the negative consequences be as small as possible. We can start with setting our motivation according to the prayers, just shared on screen now. So all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams and Akinis. We go for refuge to the antique clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the antique clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the antique clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So here we will do the mantra of Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize it on a disc in the Buddha's heart, on the golden disc, on the moon disc, are the letters, or Mani Padme Hum. It can be Western letters, it can be Tibetan letters, not important. And from that, the letters go clockwise on the heart of the Buddha, kind of in the air, resting on the moon disc at the heart of the Buddha. And from it, rays of light goes all to all sentient beings, who are all around us, from all 10 directions, from all realms, hell realms, heaven realms, ghost and spirit realms, all the animals, all in human form. They are all around us, and you can visualize that the Buddha spreads these rays of lights throughout the universe, touches all sentient beings. There's no way they cannot touch any sentient being, even deep in the earth. And that these sentient beings get what they are wishing for. If they need protection, they get protection. If they need good health, they get good health. In the pandemic, also many people suffer from hunger. It might also be the case in war regions. So may they find food, may they find love and care. If they feel lonely, lust, if they have lost partners, if they've lost their loved ones in their life, or they feel isolated, feel that they are young or old and cannot meet their peers, other people. So pandemic and also war situations have so many consequences. And we could do this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. We do a few together, and then you can do it for yourself. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. If you have an initiation in Chenrezig yourself, you can visualize yourself at Chenrezig, and from the Om Mani Padme Hum at your heart, and all sentient beings will be touched, and you can receive your vibes. And on the background, you might hear Lama Zopa Rinpoche chanting. Om Mani Padme Hum. Go back to the prayer. Liberating Shakya from disease. We do 26 verses, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Brahma spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do one time more to kind of Gregorian chanting. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that we go to the dedication prayers. So we developed this session some love, compassion, like this natural energy, natural light we have in our heart, but so often due to our disturbing emotions, our own disturbing emotions, and also due to ignorance, we let ourselves overwhelm by the clouds. Our clouds take over. So, of course, we want to dedicate this practice that maybe we always stay clear, maybe keep always this open heart to others, and even grow in it. We feel responsibility to make other people happy on long terms. Of course, one of the biggest gifts is giving Dharma, giving people the instructions to take care for themselves. And this quality is called Bodhichitta, that we on one hand strive to develop our own qualities to the greatest extent, that we take time for ourselves to read text, discuss this with others, think it over, do reflection, and meditate on it. And on the other hand, we do what we can on our level in society, or in our family in the first place, then in the community, maybe in a Dharma center or work environment. We do just what we can. We can keep an open eye on what are our possibilities to help other sentient beings being free from suffering. And in this way, we create a lot of merit. And also we create, we purify, we engage sometimes in difficult situations. So first dedication prayers to actual Bodhichitta. May the precious Supreme Bodhichitta not yet born arise, and may that there is not decline but increase more and more. Chan Chub Sam Chok Rinpoche Mai Ke Pa Nam Ke Gyu Chi Ke Wa Nyam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Ne Gong Du Palwa Shu. Yes, it's a fantastic prayer of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. We can do. Reciting this many times often in all his dedication. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may Bodhichitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, volunteers, and the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon us, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose name have been given to me, may it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May Bodhichitta that has arisen be generated to be increased. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings, and transmigrated beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Of course, very, 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 very fortunate that His Holiness is amongst us. And yeah, it still gives a lot of teachings online to certain groups, specific groups, and is very beneficial of, especially these days of the Malayan region, to individual practitioners. And so the influence of His Holiness is beyond words. So of course we make prayers that everyone may meet His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that he may be able to travel freely in Asia, all over the world in the future, if he wishes to, and that all sentient beings, like including, that they just may be able to meet His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Then also for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who's doing always extensive deeds. You uphold the subduals more away with service the bounty bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading when units victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And to seal the merits with emptiness due to this virtue, may quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. And then we want to dedicate the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, because they dedicate perfectly, but we do it many times only partly. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero when you're Sri, who knows reality, and just like Samattabhata as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones over the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Okay, so maybe we do specific dedications then for everyone who is hit by the COVID, those who have lost their lives recently, may they find good rebirth. May all those who are in hospitals all over the world get healed. May they be able to practice Dharma in all countries of the world, creating their own perfect causes and conditions for enlightenment. And for everyone who is hit by the COVID or by war situations, and they have lack of resources, lack of money, lack of protection, or lack of social support, are lonely or are lost mentally. So may they find what they are looking for due to all our prayers. At the end, they are all our former mother sentient beings. So thank you so much. I see Venerable Tekshok is already present, and he takes a little bit over earlier, so I can go to the prayers in 7 minutes. So Tekshok, you're still muted. Thank you so very much for being with us. Thank you, Australia, for making it possible, this prayerathon. Damche, I could thank already personally. He's the organizer. The schedules, it's every week this concern, how do we do it for 24 hours? And thank you for being with us, especially Aldo, Saldon, also others on YouTube.
Thank you, Simon.
Yes.
See you next week.
Yes, I will be there next week again. Yes, thank you so much, Aldo. Yeah.
I hope it was not so hard week like this, and the problem will be solved.
Yes, yeah. We all hope, I think, all the same. So yeah, I think everyone who has wisdom hopes the same. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and have a good day and a good week. Yeah.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
So I will see you later in the puja.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for taking over.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Good. See you soon, and see everyone. Ciao, ciao. All the best.
Okay, goodbye. So, hello everybody. This very difficult week, as Aldo said. We can extend our motivation, who we are praying to the people of Ukraine, maybe especially to the people of Kiev. But before that, I'd like to thank the Chenrezig Institute for doing this, the technicalities and the online streaming and the Zoom meetings. So much work, I'm sure, is involved in it. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who is doing the administration of these talks. Thank you very much. And again, let's start by thinking how we're doing this practice, what are we doing it for, who we're doing it for. Think of all the people, especially as this is a practice that we're doing at the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for the COVID pandemic. So we think firstly of them, people who are in quarantine, people who are in hospitals, people who are in respirators, people who are suffering mentally, financially, physically. So we think about them, we think about all sentient beings. If we look deeply, there's probably not one sentient being that was not affected by the pandemic. We visualize all sentient beings in human forms that are sitting around us. And think that ultimately, we are leading them all to enlightenment. But temporarily, we're wishing them to be free from the pandemic, from the COVID, and the side effect of it. Even if any of us have not been sick, a lot of suffering goes into it. So we start by going for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kidneys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kidneys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kidneys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that we do, I copied from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. It's a visualization of 1000 Chenrezig that Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009. And it will be very, very clear where I adopted it a little bit. So, visualize Chenrezig on the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, spirit, human, gods, demigods. And yourself. We each have such a Chenrezig on top of our heads. And from the heart of Chenrezig, nectar beams are radiating out. And after they radiate out, they enter into one's body and mind. Ourselves and all sentient beings. And these nectar beams purify sicknesses. The cause of any particular sickness is spirit harm and negative karma and defilements collected from beginningless rebirth up to now. And we think completely purified. And again, we think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People who are suffering in any way possible as a result of this pandemic. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, we continue to think of the nectar beams that are radiating out and purifying all sicknesses, defilements, afflictions, and negative karma. And as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to visualize the sufferings as extensive as possible. And maybe more importantly, that they are completely and constantly being purified as we recite the mantra. And I would like, before we start to recite the mantra, I would like to do the request prayer from the New Sadhana 3 times. O our compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. So, just one moment before we actually recite the mantra, I'd like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we will do to the fulfillment of the holy wishes, our most precious lamas, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and others. Through our generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killings and famine and diseases, like the COVID-19 pandemic, and may the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Again, keep this visualization alive. Visualize nectar beams that are purifying any disease, spirit harm, defilements from beginningless time. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And think also of the people of Ukraine, especially the people of Kiev. The Russians are at the borders of the city, bombing, shelling, tanks. People are in hiding, people who are fleeing, people who are sleeping in the metro. So much fear, so much anxiety. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Think of the COVID-19 pandemic, what we've been through in the past 2 years. How our lives have changed. I hope for some of us, changed for the better, enabling us to look inside, to see what is crucial, what is necessary, what we can do without. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. For some of us, it was an opportunity to look at impermanence. How our life before the pandemic changed. How the pandemic changed. It wasn't all the time in the same way. how we adopted, how the world adopted, how things are not constant, things are not set in concrete. Things flow, change, come into being, then disappear. Mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo, mani peme homo. Oh mani peme homo. I'd like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. Think of all sentient beings that are sitting around us. Think of the people with the COVID-19 pandemic. And think of the people in Kiev. And the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig is still alive, still emitting nectar beams that are purifying diseases and karma and defilements, negative emotions. May all sentient beings that sadden the mind, may all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that the harms of God's spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May whatever suffering there are to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the disease and sadness the mind of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind and immediate instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And this would be our last recitation. And still keep the visualization alive, nectar beams that are purifying all sicknesses, afflictions, defilements, karma. May all the disease and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, the power of the kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig. It dissolves into a sphere of light and absorbs into you and permeates your whole body. And as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, we can do mantras of green tar to help with elimination of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we do the request prayer. Venerable Arya, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Let me and all those who need protection come under the supreme giving gesture of your right hand, as well as the refuge granting gesture that liberates from fear. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, 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 Om Tada Tutada Tura 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 Soa, Tada Tutada Tura Soa, Om 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 Tada Tutada Tura Soa, Tata Tura Soha, Om Tada Tutada 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 Tura Soha. Okay, I would like to start the dedications. The first verse comes from Shantideva. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from any sickness. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmitter beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the ground and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. Due to the two types of merits of the three times, myself and others, may the teachings of victorious one Losang Drapa shine resplendent forever. For the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. We want to seal everything with emptiness. Due to all past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty existing from my own side. May the precious Supreme Bodhichitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the very long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus in hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the very long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, please live long. So, hello, Venerable Ciliana. Good morning.
Okay. Hello, good morning. How are you? Everything okay?
Yes, everything is very well. Thank you.
Good, fantastic. Okay.
Okay, I hope you have a good session.
Yes, you too. You have a nice day.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. See you next week. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Good morning to everybody. And I'm just thanking the Chenrezig Institute people that have been so kind, that have been supporting us since long time. Ciao. And thank you. Allora, ho ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci hanno aiutato già da 84 settimane che stiamo portando avanti questa pratica e sembra veramente che le difficoltà in questo mondo non terminano mai, non finiscono mai. Infatti questa è la natura del samsara. La natura del samsara è proprio questa, che ogni 3x2 ce n'è una nuova. Adesso le persone sono completamente preoccupate per questa cosa della guerra e prima eravamo preoccupati prima ancora adesso, cioè della pandemia, e poi dopo comunque avremo sempre dei problemi. Ne finisce una e poi ne ricomincia un'altra, poi un'altra ancora e a livello individuale le cose sappiamo, abbiamo questo corpo umano che è il risultato di cause e condizioni positive di sicuro, per il fatto che per essere nati come esseri umani abbiamo creato delle cause positive, infatti abbiamo avuto questa rinascita umana. Poi non solo è una rinascita umana, ma è una preziosa rinascita umana, nel senso che abbiamo la predisposizione, abbiamo l'intenzione di dedicarci a un sentiero interiore e cercare di sviluppare le nostre qualità interiori e siamo nati in un paese dove per già 70 anni non ci sono state delle guerre, anche se abbiamo avuto dei conflitti o delle situazioni diciamo di difficoltà, però in linea di massima non ci sono delle guerre. Abbiamo qua in Italia un ambiente abbastanza favorevole, agiato, non abbiamo difficoltà ad avere l'acqua in certe zone, non abbiamo difficoltà a procurarci il cibo è abbastanza sano, quindi abbiamo tutte queste condizioni che, se ci pensiamo bene, nel mondo, quanti sono gli esseri umani che effettivamente hanno tutte queste condizioni favorevoli? Basta pensare agli esseri umani che sono nati in Africa, che hanno una difficoltà incredibile a trovare il cibo. Ci sono quotidianamente migliaia di bambini che muoiono di fame, ok? E non riescono ad avere l'acqua potabile, e anche se trovano l'acqua è talmente inquinata, talmente sporca che causa delle malattie. Poi pensiamo a quelle persone che sono nate nei paesi dove c'è intensa guerra, c'è la guerra costantemente e E nonostante fondamentalmente gli esseri umani desiderano l'amore, la compassione, infatti tutti i bambini crescono nutriti dall'amore e dalla compassione della madre e anche del padre, però nascono in certe situazioni dove l'unica parola che sentono di cosa sentono parlare, di vendetta, di violenza, quindi queste persone che nascono in situazioni appunto di grande violenza, per esempio mettiamo persone che nascono in ambienti mafiosi o di grande criminalità, oppure in paesi dove c'è la guerra, e quindi l'unica cosa che sentono. Quindi immaginate se invece di sentire parlare di amore, compassione, come sviluppare qualità interiori, foste in una situazione completamente diversa. Per questo siamo veramente molto, molto fortunati. Questa è la preziosa rinascita umana, senza parlare poi delle popolazioni del Sud America, le persone che sono nate negli stati arabi, mettiamo Israele, Siria e così via. Nonostante in Israele ci sono tantissime persone che hanno una preziosa rinascita umana, però vivono anche una situazione di incredibile tensione in molte situazioni. Quindi noi che viviamo, diciamo, in un modo molto agiato, lo diamo quasi per scontato, quando non è per niente scontato, e le cose possono cambiare da un attimo, un momento all'altro, così, bam! Quindi cerchiamo di generare una profonda consapevolezza di avere questa preziosa rinascita umana. Abbiamo creato le cause nelle vite passate per ottenere un corpo umano perfettamente qualificato, con tutte le condizioni favorevoli per poter progredire interiormente e sviluppare le nostre qualità interiori, nutrire l'amorevole gentilezza, e che questa vita che abbiamo adesso è la durata di questa vita è veramente come un lampo nel cielo. Il tempo passa e tutto quello che si fa crea un'impronta nel nostro continuo mentale che porterà dei risultati. E non si può tornare indietro e dire: ah no, adesso cancello questa cosa, la cancello perché non mi piace. Non è una cosa che si può fare, purtroppo. Quindi cerchiamo di generare la forte intenzione di utilizzare questa preziosa rinascita umana in accordo alle sue più alte potenzialità, ovvero agire con il corpo, la parola e la mente per non danneggiare alcun essere vivente, cercare di agire e compiere soltanto azioni che siano costruttive, ovvero che porteranno come risultato benessere per noi stessi e per gli altri, e avere la consapevolezza costante, sempre nelle 24 ore, della legge di causa-effetto e delle interdipendenze dei fenomeni. Questa è l'essenza dell'insegnamento del Buddha. Quindi con la motivazione di portare il maggior beneficio possibile a tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, e pensiamo appunto a tutti quelli che stanno soffrendo a causa delle guerre, a causa delle malattie, a causa di tutti quanti i problemi che sono in relazione al fatto di avere questo corpo umano. Ed avendo questo corpo umano abbiamo sperimentato la sofferenza della nascita, sperimentiamo la sofferenza della malattia e sperimentiamo tutti i problemi relativi all'invecchiamento, e poi sperimenteremo la sofferenza della morte, che se noi abituiamo a noi stessi ad essere sempre con la motivazione di amorevole gentilezza e compassione in qualsiasi situazione noi ci troviamo, anche la più difficile, anche la più sofferente, il momento della morte sarà come tornare a casa e avremo una buona morte. Perché ci dobbiamo preparare per quello, perché non sappiamo esattamente quando verrà la morte. Non è che si muore solo perché si è malati, si muore solo perché c'è la guerra, si muore per il fatto che siamo nati e perché abbiamo questo corpo umano. Come moriremo dipende da quello che noi coltiviamo dentro di noi. Quindi qualsiasi momento questo succede, noi dovremo avere sempre la mente nella amorevole gentilezza. Ok? Quindi ci mettiamo nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Inspiriamo luce bianca che riempie completamente il nostro corpo ed espiriamo fumo nero che va oltre l'universo, tutti quanti i nostri problemi, angosce, situazioni difficili e difetti mentali. Quindi con la motivazione di non volersi più coinvolgere assolutamente mai più con i nostri difetti mentali, di essere intrappolati in queste emozioni distruttive che sono cause di sofferenza, generiamo un profondo aspirazione a distaccarci dalle emozioni distruttive, quindi sviluppiamo la rinuncia alla sofferenza, non voler più creare le cause per la sofferenza e generiamo profondamente dentro di noi la consapevolezza e la fiducia che effettivamente possiamo coltivare le nostre qualità dell'amorevole gentilezza, della compassione e della saggezza e prendiamo ispirazione dai nostri maestri, la sua santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Buddha Sakyamuni. Quando i nostri maestri sono la manifestazione o sono il canale attraverso il quale noi riceviamo gli insegnamenti di Buddha Sakyamuni. Quindi possiamo visualizzare di fronte a noi Buddha Sakyamuni o Chenrezig, che è la manifestazione della grande compassione, e in realtà fungono da specchio per le nostre qualità. Più noi ci affidiamo e ci fidiamo di queste qualità, prendendo ispirazione da Chenrezig, e più queste qualità verranno nutrite dentro di noi. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Con la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Io tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nel chi resta vuota la nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nel chi resta vuota la nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dhamma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nel chi resta vuota la nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum, pensando e visualizzando Chenrezig di fronte a noi, che dal suo cuore, sei mani infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi e tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, infondendo energia ispiratrice, purificando tutte quante le impronte mentali negative che sono accumulate con il corpo, la parola e la mente. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Money for me, 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 oh money for me, 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 oh money for me, 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 oh money for me, 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 money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh money for me. Oh money for me, 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 oh Peme Ora facciamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie, caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo e la mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi di malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri senzienti incarnati o non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakin, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma. Dei suoi risultati possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie, caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru letterari supremi, con i poteri dei Chen, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie, caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati ai 4 elementi e prima nel corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru letterari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, la parola vagia del massimo di Thangtong Gyalpo, parole di verità che pacificano dal pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittoriosa e aggrivirato, tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione. Per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo di litigi e del prosperare delle 5 generazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atto di esistenza intrinseca, e causa e effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, leggiamo questo per 3 volte. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata da auguri perfetti, che possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza vittoriosa Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. E poi ancora, per essere sempre usati dagli esseri senzienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arde nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, e posso tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati da samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordandomi, e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente, e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Poi sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti, ed esiste la loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto, di esiste la mia parte, ottenere lo stato della completa illuminazione che è completamente vuoto, di esiste la sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti, esiste la loro parte, a quello stato è completamente vuoto, esiste la sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota, esiste la mia parte. Poi facciamo la preghiera di lunga vita per sua santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonti di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E poi per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del suo giogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunat, che maestamente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Così si conclude la nostra sessione. Grazie a tutti quanti di aver partecipato e quindi volevo ricordarvi che le successive sessioni in italiano sono adesso con la Venerabile Tascia alle 9, poi alle 15, poi alle 15:30 e alle 19. Quindi queste sono le sessioni in italiano che saranno oggi. Poi vi ricordo che lunedì pomeriggio alle 5 Venerabile Tasci guiderà delle meditazioni con il centro di Napoli. Io guiderò le meditazioni la mattina alle 7 il martedì e il venerdì, e il 3 di marzo è il giorno del Capodanno tibetano. Da allora per 15 giorni praticamente avremo insegnamenti, avremo la possibilità di seguire gli insegnamenti di vari discepoli di Lama Yeshe, e manderò il messaggio sul canale Telegram, così potete iscrivervi e ricevere le informazioni. E poi sto traducendo tutte quante le preghiere che Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha suggerito per questo periodo di grande sofferenza per la guerra in Ucraina, eccetera, per cui se vi iscrivete al canale Telegram potete ricevere le informazioni e anche ricevete la possibilità di scaricare queste preghiere. Penso di aver detto tutto, non voglio fare ulteriore pubblicità. Buongiorno Tashi.
Buongiorno Venerabile Siliana, buongiorno.
Tutto bene?
Tutto bene, sono qui nella bellissima città di Ferrara perché oggi pomeriggio ho un incontro di meditazione al centro Eta Beta e quindi ecco sono in casa di amiche e perciò va tutto bene, sì.
Bene, benissimo.
Bene.
Ok,
Grazie.
allora, grazie a te e buona giornata a tutti quanti. Ciao e buona sessione. Bye bye.
Bene, buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno in questo appuntamento di staffetta, di preghiera, proprio perché non si interrompa mai. Ci sono monaci e monache che si danno il cambio affinché queste preghiere vadano veramente a segno. E oggi non abbiamo soltanto per la pandemia, oggi vogliamo anche pregare, più che altro meditare e dedicare i meriti della meditazione a questo conflitto molto strano che porterà le persone a soffrire, mentre noi desideriamo che tutti gli esseri siano felici. Allora, prima di tutto, come sempre facciamo, andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione, perché la meditazione è ciò che fa la differenza delle nostre azioni. Allora condividerò il testo della pratica, della nostra buona motivazione e quindi lo leggiamo insieme per 3 volte. Questa è proprio la parola Mahayana Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta, conosciuta come la preghiera che libera i Sakya dalle malattie. Allora andiamo a leggere insieme per 3 volte l'inizio, la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakkhine, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakkhini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakkhini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. E ora andiamo a recitare il mantra del Buddha della compassione, Avalokitesvara, affinché la compassione arrivi nella nostra mente e nella mente di tutti coloro che possono essere in grado di essere di beneficio. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora andiamo a fare la preghiera effettiva, anche questa per 3 volte. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, che come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie parzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi e con il potere delle dakkhine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta dipendente da malattie parzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei produttori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la loro forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie e dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dall'80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, di 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ecco, ora che abbiamo fatto la dedica, andiamo a fare la nostra pratica di meditazione. Quindi sediamoci in modo corretto, facciamo in modo che la nostra postura sia morbida, rilassata e che abbiamo questa condizione di rilassatezza e di buon respiro. Quindi portiamo l'attenzione all'aria che entra e all'aria che esce. Se siamo appoggiati con la schiena alla sedia, scostiamoci, cerchiamo di mantenere la schiena dritta e i piedi ben poggiati a terra se siamo su una sedia. Ed ora lasciamo andare tutte le nostre preoccupazioni, i pensieri, i ricordi. L'unica cosa che facciamo è quella di osservare l'aria che entra e l'aria che esce. E quando poi torneremo ad avere pensieri e preoccupazioni, lasciamoli andare e torniamo nuovamente all'attenzione del respiro. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, generiamo la motivazione di fare in modo che questa azione sia lo strumento che ci introduce al nostro cuore, al nostro dentro, il nostro desiderio che tutti possano essere felici e non sperimentino sofferenza. La nostra motivazione è quella di voler addestrare la mente affinché diventi abile nell'abbandonare pensieri afflitti ed adottare pensieri virtuosi, ovvero che desiderano che tutti gli esseri possano trarre beneficio e felicità dalle nostre azioni di corpo e di parola. E dopo questa breve motivazione, oggi andiamo a riflettere ed osservare come funziona il karma. Ne abbiamo già parlato. E in questo momento in Croazia stanno accadendo cose strane. Ci sono un'infinità di esseri che stanno vivendo la sofferenza di essere invasi, di essere privati delle loro comodità, della loro casa, del cibo e di tutto ciò che procurava loro felicità. Per loro noi proviamo amore, perché in questo momento stanno vivendo l'esperienza del loro karma negativo che si sta purificando e hanno bisogno di tutta la nostra solidarietà. Ecco che allora, portando l'attenzione alla loro sofferenza, noi generiamo amore, il desiderio che possa cessare al più presto. Osserviamo questo nostro amore che viene rivolto verso tutti questi esseri. Ora la nostra attenzione viene rivolta a tutti coloro che hanno scaturito questa sofferenza, a tutti coloro che stanno procurando queste difficoltà a questo popolo. Coloro che stanno procurando sofferenza attraverso l'invasione con carri armati, missili, bombe e così via, stanno procurando a loro stessi il karma negativo che li condurrà a sperimentare infinite sofferenze future. È a loro che va la nostra compassione. La compassione è qualcosa che comprende la sofferenza altrui e noi stiamo comprendendo la sofferenza futura che questi esseri sperimenteranno. Allora andiamo a procurare compassione nel nostro cuore per questi esseri che in futuro sperimenteranno infiniti tipi di sofferenza. Il fatto che questi esseri che hanno invaso un'altra nazione ci fa provare compassione perché conosciamo bene la legge di causa ed effetto e con la logica noi arriviamo a capire che questi esseri sperimenteranno in futuro infinite e indicibili sofferenze. Ecco perché proviamo nei loro confronti non un giudizio, non un'accusa, ma compassione. Facciamola partire proprio dal nostro cuore. Addestriamoci a non giudicare le persone, addestriamoci a giudicare le azioni ed avere amore per chi soffre, ma compassione per chi soffrirà a causa di azioni non virtuose. È questo l'addestramento mentale che cambia tutto e cambia il nostro cuore. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la nostra sessione è terminata affinché poi si possano dedicare i meriti affinché tutte queste azioni diano veramente frutto, perché la preghiera in sé per sé non crea grandi energie, ma dedicare un'azione virtuosa è molto, molto, molto più di beneficio. Allora andiamo a leggere le nostre dediche, specialmente quella per le armi, affinché si possano quietare. Leggiamola insieme. La parola Vajrama Siddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, parole di verità che pacificano la paura delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande amorevole vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva irato, Tara complementamente pure e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore, prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmutatori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, così possano aumentare la felicità di buon auspicio, sconvincendo le moltitudini di spiriti maligni che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra dell'abitudine, condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fate che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili perché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità, sigillo della mente dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ed ora andiamo a fare la nostra preghiera per quello che riguarda le carestie, perché dalla guerra poi arriva anche la carestia e quindi dedichiamo affinché questo sia molto, molto, molto lieve. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. L'assemblea di condottieri, Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma e delle 10 lezioni, divinità delle ricchezze Yaksha, i signori dei tesori, insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti e necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi in questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, il vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazione e così via. E per favore, fa crescere cereali nelle colture e nei raccolti che siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense preghiere, con le profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti, della carestia essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera dalle malattie. Per la grande compassione del vittorioso e dei loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi, aumentare e possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. E quindi, dopo tutto questo, andiamo a fare la dedica più lunga di tutte e pensiamo sempre a una cosa, che tutte le nostre azioni daranno sempre un risultato, sia che siano positive e sia che siano non virtuose. Perciò ecco perché facciamo le dediche, affinché tutto quello che abbiamo fatto possano davvero essere di beneficio per tutti gli esseri senzienti. Allora leggiamo le strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhichitta sorgere in chi non è ancora generata e possa la mente di chi è stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite essere mai separata dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vacharadhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losang-Trapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato il yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, anche nel toccarmi o parlare con me, possano tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me e innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte da solo, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Minjushi e come Samantha Badra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema e di tutti gli esseri vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei tre tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losang Trampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Andiamo a fare adesso la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama e per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile e te ringrazio, ti supplico, possono tutti i santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente e avere lunga vita e non uscire mai dal samsara. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi dal generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa Mangianà, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e di tutti gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, grazie molto per questa sessione che abbiamo fatto insieme. Veramente cerchiamo di avere un comportamento mentale puro, che vuol dire non giudicare mai le persone. Le persone sono afflitte da un'infinità di sofferenze e a causa di questo procurano un'infinità di sofferenze agli altri. È per questo che dobbiamo generare compassione. Questo ci aiuterà tantissimo e aiuterà tantissimo gli altri, perché non giudicando più noi saremo davvero liberi dalla sofferenza, dall'aver prodotto giudizi, dall'aver prodotto pensieri negativi. Vi auguro un buon weekend e come sapete noi ci potremo vedere al centro di Napoli online alle 5 del pomeriggio per fare altre strofe del Bodhisattva Charyavatara. Io adesso non vedo chi prenderà il mio posto. Allo?
Hello, hello, it's me, it's Rita.
Wow, Rita, good morning, buongiorno. Buongiorno, Rita. Very nice. How are you? Good?
I am okay, I'm in Israel. I finally arrived in Israel, so I'm okay.
Okay. See you.
See you. It's always very good to see you, really.
Thank you.
It always makes me very happy to see you.
Good prayer. Very happy.
Okay. Please take care, Tashila, and see you another time, maybe. Okay, so hello, everybody. I suppose that most of the people will leave. It's wonderful that you are following Tashi. This is really great. So I will do what I usually do is so we take refuge, and which is especially important at this moment because, again, it's not just a pandemic. It is also what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. So it's really important that we keep a mind that is calm, and we understand also, as long as there are causes for suffering, then, there will be suffering. This is quite evident. Okay, so then what we'll do, we take refuge really from the heart, because then at least we go in the right direction. Then, since we're doing Chenrezig practice, which is always very powerful when there is so much violence and so much conflict going on, and then we do a prayer to Chenrezig to protect us from difficult situations, and then we do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, And of course, you know, we send all the positive energy we send to Ukraine and Russia for both, and to all the politicians who can make, you know, really big decisions at this moment, so that instead of being guided by their self-centeredness and hunger for power and whatever, they would be guided also by their own love and compassion. So we start by taking refuge. I'll show you the screen. So here we go. So when we take refuge, it's always good to think about your guru and to really remember that the guru is all the Buddhas, and all the Buddhas are the guru. And I'm just looking for my mala. I seem to have lost it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Sorry, I'm in a totally new environment, so it's always a bit difficult with internet and stuff. Okay, so we think about the guru, which in this case you can already visualize Chenrezig. And if you have Chenrezig initiation, then after having taken refuge, we can visualize Chenrezig absorbs into us. And then we arise as Chenrezig, which gives us a lot of space also in the mind, because then we can nourish our Buddha potential, and everything, you know, all the difficult situations become much easier. The situations don't change, but the way that we react to them will change. And then again, you know, because this is a Mahayana practice, when we take refuge, so of course we visualize our objects of refuge, which in this case is Chenrezig, which is oneness with the guru. And from what we heard from Buddhism, from the guru, we remember that as long as we hold on to wrong views of inherent existence, there will be suffering, even if there's no conflict between the countries or between the neighbors, or even if we're very healthy, even if we have no financial problems, still the mind will not be able to live its full potential of love, compassion, and wisdom for all beings. So this we have heard. So we trust our own potential to be able to discover our Buddha nature, that this is our nature, that it's always there, that we can never lose it. So try to go there, try to really go there, whatever state I'm in, whatever is happening in the world. So the state I'm in, this is just the clouds that cover my Buddha nature. The state that the world is in at the moment, even though it does exist, don't go, you know, that it doesn't exist, but it's my projection. The way I interpret it, the way my karma is ripening to see it in that way. And what I see is samsara, a world that is created by confused minds. So me, from my side, I am sick and tired to be under the control of these unhelpful emotions and thoughts and actions. So this is why, as quickly as possible, I have to attain the state of full awakening, so then I can inspire and guide all other sentient beings to that state as well. So you visualize your mom at your left side, your dad at your right side, people that make you nervous or people you dislike. And in case it can be all these politicians who are playing games with the lives of people and with the suffering of people. They don't care about their people. You know, they're so confused that they only care about themselves. So we can see to what it leads when this kind of self-centered confusion is paired with power. So then you can put them there in the space in front, and with a strong wish, you know, I'm doing this practice so they too can be inspired to discover their Buddha nature and then use their power in a way that is beneficial for all beings. So then the people that we like, people that open our hearts spontaneously, people that we would, you know, assist, help, give them resources or relief and protection, you know, in a very spontaneous way. So we have a few people in our life that we would act like this. So we put them behind us And then we think, I don't want to limit myself to just these few people that are sitting behind me anymore with my open heart. And we try to expand it towards all living beings that are always there. We just forget that they are there. So, you know, again, when you open up your heart and you think, I want to be able to be spontaneously beneficial to whomever I meet. So when you taste that thought, when you keep that thought, then just watch what it does to your mind. Because when we think all sentient beings, the mind becomes very spacious and it gets very close to its nature, which is totally limitless, spacious, luminous, calm. So all mother sentient beings are in the space around us, and we think we are leading and guiding them in taking refuge. So this, at least, you know, we're not Buddhas yet, but this is what we can do. We can inspire them to take refuge and then have a at least ethical life without any thought or wish to harm others. And of course, you know, for us, we want to attain enlightenment in order then to inspire them even further so that they continue to practice and study about compassion, the wisdom of emptiness, and so on. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And before we recite the mantra, then we recite this prayer to Thangtong Gyalpo from Thangtong Gyalpo, which has been beautifully translated by Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, and he says, if you keep compassion, Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. And it's especially the danger of creating more negative karma that we end up in more difficult situations like this. So then we think first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. So it's the protection that we remember Chenrezig when we are in a difficult situation, so we're not reacting in an unbeneficial way, so that we react in a way that clears away our negative karma and on top of it creates some merit. So this is what we are requesting for, to remember Chenrezig in difficult situations so that we act in an appropriate way to create happiness instead of creating suffering. So first we request the protection for us, but then we request it also for all mother sentient beings. And we think that we cause this to happen to all other sentient beings, that they too are protected from creating more negative karma. And so Rinpoche says this is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart of cherishing others. So we're just training, we should think all beings should be under the protection of Chenrezig. All beings should be protected from being harmed, but especially from creating imprints that they will come back as boomerang. And then again, we get into difficult situations. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. And we can actually say, I think it's more beneficial, instead of saying, please be my captain, we say, please be our captain. Please be our captain, liberating us from the great ocean of beginningless samsara compassionate eye-looking one. When we are obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be our illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have a blazing fire of anger towards our enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. So all this, war, weapons and shooting and fire that is happening in Ukraine now, you think Chenrezig is above the country, and let's down a waterfall of compassion and wisdom that kind of extinguishes the anger, the aggression, and the fear. So again, you might ask, well, what's the point? Nothing will happen. We don't know if nothing happens. Maybe something is happening. We don't know what it would be if we wouldn't do any prayers. Not forgetting that the Buddhas are not omnipotent either, but they can definitely interfere and help the situations a bit. And then at least we don't feel so useless and so powerless. We don't get angry at the people who kind of incite these terrible situations of wars and conflicts and killing each other and so on. So we just see how Chenrezig, with his power, is the waterfall of compassion that extinguishes the fire of aggression, not just in Ukraine, there's so many other conflicts. It's just because the media is just talking about it, ceaselessly, that we forget about other conflicts, and then everybody is just concentrated on that. So I think all the armored conflicts are being completely pacified by the waterfall of compassion of Chenrezig. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. Oh, I fell back into the I instead of the us, sorry. When we visualize you on our heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be our mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When we experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be our Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. So that it goes for right now, right? We have very bad outer and then react with bad inner conditions. So if we remember Chenrezig, that we react to whatever situation with an open heart and compassion for everybody, for the victims and for the aggressors, not just for the victims. When our mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments we wish, compassionate eye-looking one. Again, especially the attainments of being able to react with compassion and wisdom, the wisdom of emptiness. So when we make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at us with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. Okay, so Chenrezig in the space in front. If you don't have initiation, then you leave him there. If you do have initiation, very powerful to destroy samsara, to destroy our grasping at an inherently existing I, some kind of identity that is not true. So then you think Chenrezig, which is your guru, comes to the crown of your head, melts into light, and that light very, very slowly kind of flows down your central channel to your heart chakra. And as it's flowing down, you think, I am dissolving my 5 contaminated aggregates, which do create samsara and projections, and which cover my potential to be a Buddha. So all of this, you know, the 5 contaminated aggregates, together with the ideas and thoughts that create them, dissolve, and you go into the clear light, the conventional reality of our mind. And then you fill that luminous space where at the moment nothing appears. You fill it with compassion, which then makes you arise as Chenrezig. And then you think, in my heart is a moon disk, on top of it is the silver tree, around it the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and from there they're sending very powerful light rays that pacifies all conflict, all aggression, all wrong views, all attachment, miserliness, jealousy, all these negative emotions that create all the suffering. And we send this light, which goes out like the light from the sun in all directions, touching each and every being, not making any distinction. This one I touch and this one I don't, because that's not bodhicitta. But touching each and every sentient being, and they immediately transform into the form of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme. Sorry. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Sorry, maybe we don't sing it and we just recite it. I'm really sorry. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. One can cough and send out light at the same time, that's okay. But one cannot cough and sing at the same time. But we can still send out the light, which encompasses all our wisdom, all our compassion, all our wish for everybody to be well and for everybody to be peaceful and work together in a way that is helpful and not destroy the well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And you can visualize that the same as Shakyamuni Buddha, when he was sitting in his last night before he attained enlightenment, and he was still Gautam, and Mara, like aggression, tried to attack him with weapons, and all these weapons just turned into flowers. So, you know, have the courage to visualize these things that, yes, I know they're not rational. Yes, I know our logic says like, well, you know, why am I doing this? But just do it, you know, and then try to check what happens to your mind. Don't go, you know, don't come in with your doubts and all this, but this doesn't help. We can at least try, because very often we underestimate the power of our mind. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So then with the confidence of Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite the prayer for the pandemic who is still around. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can recite each of these 3 mantras 3 times, and we think that it's not just protecting us, it's also protecting all sentient beings, and it calms down the heat of aggression between Russia and Ukraine and all other parties that are in conflict. So it's Vaja armor protection. So it's especially about, it's not about destroying and about aggression, it's about protection, to be protected from our, to react with an aggressive mind. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Majushi. Om tras chus turtas turmis ningo lach kala cha kamcham trampe peso ha. Om tras chus turtas turmis ningo lach kala cha kamcham trampe peso ha. Om tras chus turtas turmis ningo lach kala cha kamcham trampe peso ha. And the 20th Orange Tara, who is for epidemics, actually. Well, I didn't really prepare because I just arrived in Israel. So what we can also then, if you can find the mantra of the 13th Tara, this is the one with the flames around her, that is creating a protecting tent around us and other sentient beings that we want to protect. So then you can also practice that, which is very powerful at the moment. And the 21 Taras, reciting the praises to the 21 Taras in general. So, but we still do the 20th, which is for the epidemics. Om taretu tareture sarva vidya di tsora prashamana yesoha. Om taretu tareture sarva vidya di tsora prashamana yesoha. Om taretu tareture sarva vidya di tsora prashamana yesoha. Then we can put your hand under your chin, you blow into it, and then you breathe it in. And again, we think we're not just protected from viruses and violent people around us, we are protected from our own mind that reacts. Foremost and all, for there to be peace between Russia and Ukraine. And okay, so also the internet connection is not really good. Maybe I'm not even there anymore. I'm not sure. Can you still hear me? Okay, because it's going red over there. And Okay, thank you very much. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Really quickly, quickly, and even more quickly, and for all our teachers to have long and healthy lives. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And we can also think, may all the hearts of sentient beings open up to these wonderful teachings of love, compassion, and wisdom, so that we can have the peace that actually we all want. Or everybody wants peace, yet still we react in difficult situations with aggression. So then we kind of dedicate it for that. May everybody's heart and mind open up to methods how to develop in our own mind peace, love, compassion, and wisdom, and loving kindness. May these teachings spread quickly everywhere where there is conflict, not to kind of turn people into Buddhists, but for them to apply these methods so that we can have peace on this wonderful place that we call our planet Earth. So then we seal it with, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And so that in order for it not to get too heavy, this whole thing, what is happening, we have to remember emptiness again and again and again. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So thank you very much. Sorry, it was pretty unprofessional, this whole thing, because as I said, I just arrived in Israel. I don't feel kind of at home yet. So I'm here, I'm in Tel Aviv. The internet connection is not working as it should. You know, I have a hotspot on the telephone. They gave me an Israeli telephone. I wanted to change the language. Now it's Russian or Macedonian or I don't know what. So now I can't change it into English. It's but it's okay.
Oh, hello.
So it's a lot of action.
So are you going to stay for long in Israel?
Until the 2nd of April.
Vale.
So then we can do the Mossar practices. We can do some practices for the, the miracle days.
Yes.
Len weekend and patience versus anger weekend. So it's all about anger and patience and how to survive in these difficult times.
Yes, it's true. It will be very beneficial for sure. Yeah.
We'll see. Anyway. So thank you, and hello Begonia, and hello Thangtong Gyalpo, Venerable Lurba, and all the others. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, and now I'm going. Bye.
Chao. Uy, hola, mira quién está aquí. Hello, Tim.
Hello.
How are you?
Ma. I'm doing okay. Like every afternoon, evening session to this weekend. So we meet again.
Yeah, fantástico.
I notice you. Are you okay to do your sharing? Do you need some help?
Yes, we are okay. Yes. To share the screen, I know how to do. Thank you, Tim. Because today I want to introduce the prayer to prevent the war. You know, because of that I wanted to share. How are you, Tim? ¿Cómo estás? How are you?
Yes. I'm always glad when I'm listening to this. Yeah, we do our few hours. You know, some people say something, I go, oh wow, I'm glad I heard that. You know, it helps to be reminded sometimes.
Yes, it's true, and really it helps a lot. I mean, almost 2 years we are. I don't know how long, but thanks to the work of all of you, we can come together. Then muchas gracias. No?
Yeah, we turn on the news or the telly, and it gets a little bit depressing sometimes. It's all sort of bad,
I know. Especially in Europe now is we are all the time with the war, all the time in the TV, in the radio, in conversations with people, everybody. Yeah, it's true. Okay, gracias, Tim. Gracias. Bueno, como veis, ha vuelto nuestro team. Que era siempre el que más tiempo, bueno, no sé, pero siempre nos saludaba, estaba con nosotros. Es el compañero de Chenrezig Institute que nos ayuda a gestionar esta reunión. Entonces, pues bueno, hacía tiempo que no le veíamos y fantástico, ¿no? Bueno, pues si os parece, bueno, os cuento un poquito lo que, bueno, ya sabemos todos la situación en la que, bueno, lo primero un saludo, un saludo a los venerables aquí y también a los que estáis en Zoom. Entonces, ya vemos cómo está la situación, que está bastante delicada. Entonces, por supuesto, más que nunca es urgente y necesario que hagamos, que sembremos buenas semillas en nuestra mente, especialmente semillas de bondad y compasión. Por eso vamos a hacer estas oraciones de hoy. Y también quería introducir la oración. Hay una oración que también de Thangtong Gyalpo, por cierto, para prevenir el peligro de las armas. Entonces también lo haremos, ¿vale? Si os parece. Y luego al final de la sesión, cuando ya caemos las dedicaciones, intentaré por eso acabar un poquito antes, también quería introduciros a lo que ya se va a acercar la semana que viene, que es el periodo de Losar, el periodo de los días de milagros, en los que todas las prácticas se acumulan es decir, la virtud se intensifica. Por eso vale la pena que nos esforcemos durante ese periodo más que nunca, ¿vale? Bueno, pues vamos a estar unos momentitos en silencio y arrancamos, ¿vale? Asegurándonos eso de generar una buena motivación. Entonces, nuestras oraciones, aunque a veces nos cueste ver de qué forma influencian, pero realmente tienen poder las oraciones. Por un lado, tanto más virtud y buena motivación generemos en nuestra mente, estamos ya empezando a ser fuente de beneficio para los seres, pero además, pues bueno, es una energía que se extiende, se irradia y que pues ayuda a que las condiciones sean menos agresivas, menos duras. Entonces, no es que no podamos hacer nada, al menos podemos generar esa buena motivación y hacer estas oraciones para el beneficio de nuestras madres, los seres, no solamente los que están afectados por la pandemia, que es como el principal motivo de por qué estamos haciendo estas oraciones, pero en realidad para todos los seres. Y ahora muy especialmente por el conflicto que tenemos aquí en Europa, Ucrania-Rusia. Pensemos el sufrimiento terrible que se están experimentando los afectados y sobre todo generemos ese deseo, esa aspiración de que los gobernantes puedan tener mentes compasivas, eliminar los obstáculos y que no infrinjan daño con sus decisiones. Entonces, conscientes de que todas estas acciones las hacemos por los seres, visualizamos que están a nuestro alrededor, invocamos, abrimos nuestro corazón a las tres joyas para que bendigan nuestra mente, bendigan la mente de todos los que están ahora atemorizados, aterrados y especialmente la mente de los que tienen poder y que podamos así eliminar las causas de sufrimiento. Y recitamos la oración de refugio. A ver, todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. El mantra, visualizamos a Guru Chenrezig enfrente de nosotros, también imaginamos que está sobre la coronilla de los seres, especialmente pues allí en Ucrania, en Rusia, sobre la coronilla de Putin y de los gobernantes. Y a la hora de recitar el mantra visualizamos que desde su corazón fluye esa energía compasiva y luminosa que desciende sobre los seres, suavizando, disolviendo la negatividad, la actitud egocéntrica, el aferramiento al yo, infundiendo bondad, compasión y sabiduría. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, absorbiendo esta energía de bondad, compasión y compartiéndola con todos los seres que en estos momentos están en situaciones tan terribles. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Citamos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. A ver. Todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos, y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y de las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. por la compasión de los maestros y de las tres joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y vamos a recitar la oración que os comparto, la del peligro de las armas. A ver un momentito. A ver, aquí está.
Paloma, ¿la puedes poner en el chat?
Sí, luego te la pongo, pero de momento la pongo, bueno, es que tú la estás viendo ahora, ¿no? Ahora
Sí,
luego
sí,
te la envío, vale. No la pongo en el chat. Ok. También es de Thangtong Gyalpo, ¿vale? Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Gran amoroso, victorioso Maitreya, Arya sublime que mira con ojos compasivos, victorioso airado Hayagriva, Tara perfectamente pura y demás, objetos de refugio, cuyos sagrados nombres con solo oírlos eliminan todos los peligros, compasivos por naturaleza. Por favor, prestadme atención. Cuando los seres de la época de disputas y del florecer de las 5 degeneraciones, debido a la explosión de un gran océano de mal karma y de la envidia, sufren el tormento de las luchas y de un intenso sufrimiento, por favor, secad este océano con el poder de vuestra compasión y sabiduría trascendental, dejando caer sobre los seres migrantes, cuyo odio es como fuego abrasador, una gran lluvia de néctar de vuestro amor bondadoso. Por favor, otorgad vuestras bendiciones para que la felicidad y el buen auspicio aumenten y podamos reconocernos unos a otros como padres y madres. Vencéis a la multitud de viciosos espíritus malvados que entran en el continuo mental de todos los seres y transforman de inmediato su mente en la de una asura, que ya nunca más moren en esta región. Por favor, haced que también que todos los seres que han muerto en la guerra y los que van a morir, a partir de este momento abandonen todo el mal karma, causa y efecto y puedan renacer milagrosamente en la tierra del supremo gozo. Por favor, conducid también al resto de los seres a esa tierra pura. Por favor, haced que todos los que han nacido y mueren tengan una vida larga, estén libres de enfermedades, detengan todas sus riñas y luchas y disfruten de una vida en las 10 virtudes. Por favor, haz que llegue la lluvia en el momento adecuado y que las cosechas siempre sean buenas y que el buen auspicio aumente en el entorno y los habitantes, que por la realidad última, pura por naturaleza, la causa y efecto, que nunca traicionan, que tienen esta realidad última, el gurú compasivo y la idea sellada a la mente y los extraordinarios y sublimes, mis oraciones puras y extensas puedan cumplirse. Vale. Y concluimos con la oración de súplica a Guru Chenrezig que normalmente hacemos. A ver que la coja. Vale, ok. Oh, Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente y despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces pensamos que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestras súplicas, innumerables réplicas que se sitúan en la coronilla de todos y cada uno de los seres. Pensamos especialmente en Putin y en los diferentes gobernantes que tienen responsabilidad, y así como todos los afectados por la guerra, la enfermedad y los diferentes conflictos. Se disuelve en luz, se absorbe en todos y en cada uno de los seres, también en nosotros, erradicando totalmente el egocentrismo, la ignorancia, los engaños. Y nos determinamos a continuar trabajando en este camino hacia el pleno despertar, para que pueda manifestarse esta energía de bondad, de compasión, sabiduría, llegar a todos los seres poder ayudarlos a salir del sufrimiento. Hacemos las dedicaciones, tenemos solo 2 minutitos, entonces empiezas tú, Venerable Drolma.
Que puedan todos estos méritos ser la causa para que el amor y la compasión se irradia en todas las direcciones y se detengan todas las guerras internas y externas y haya sabiduría en las mentes de los gobernantes.
Muy bien, gracias.
Yo lo dedico para todos los que todavía están enfermos de la COVID y se están contagiando, que ya es bastantes menos, pero para que desaparezca por completo esta pandemia. Y para que pues toda la luz y la bondad de Chenrezig entre sobre todo en Putin y bueno, pues entre en negociaciones y que a Ucrania no salga mal parada de estos, que se retiren las tropas y que dejen a Ucrania pues gobernarse por sí misma y que cese así todo sufrimiento de esta guerra.
Gracias. Venerable Juan.
Bien, yo además de todo, además de todo lo que habéis nombrado, hablado, quisiera dedicarlo para que la mente, la visión ignorante de la realidad desaparezca de la mano de todos, en todos los seres, para que descubran los gobernantes que ni los países, ni las tierras, ni las cosas existen inherentemente. No vale la pena luchar por algo que no existe. Que todo aparece como causas y condiciones y que sea esto causa para que desaparezcan las malas acciones, los errores y que surja la energía de la compasión en todos los seres.
Millones de gracias. Entonces, que tanto nosotros como todos los seres practiquemos con pureza, especialmente habiendo encontrado el Dharma, que no desperdiciemos ni un solo momento y la bodhichitta sea lo que nos acompañe, lo que impulse todas nuestras acciones. Pensemos también hacer las dedicaciones particulares por las personas con las que tenéis mayor relación, los que han fallecido, los que han perdido sus trabajos, los que tienen diferentes dificultades, dediquemos por todos ellos. Que todos los seres tengan condiciones favorables para la felicidad, tanto a nivel temporal como para el logro de la liberación y la iluminación, que nuestros centros de Dharma y todas las organizaciones que ayudan a los seres tengamos siempre condiciones propicias para seguir ayudando a los seres, especialmente que preciosamente la bodhichitta surja y crezca sin decaer, sino que aumente más y más y logremos rápidamente la iluminación. En la tierra, también por la larga vida de nuestros maestros y sus sagrados proyectos y que tengan éxito para el beneficio de los seres. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig, poderoso Chen, perdonar que gracias. Chenrezig, que tengas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del salvador, que sirves como generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las 3 joyas. Salvador mío y los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Bueno, y antes, brevemente, antes de dar paso a la compañera o compañero que sigue, recordaros que la semana que viene, el día 3, es día de Losar, el año nuevo tibetano. Entonces se abre un periodo desde el día 3 al 18 en el que la virtud, también la no virtud, cualquier acción se cobra mayor intensidad en cuanto a los efectos de su maduración. Se dice que por 100 millones de veces. Entonces, pues por supuesto siempre es una buena ocasión para acumular virtud, pero sobre todo en este periodo de Losar es cuando necesitamos invertir, porque es la mayor rentabilidad. Entonces, bueno, sé que en los diferentes centros tenéis diferentes actividades. A través del centro Nagarjuna hemos organizado durante todo este periodo de Losar, todas las mañanas a las 6 de la mañana tomaremos preceptos, un grupo de gente, y a las 7 menos cuarto, de 7 menos cuarto a 7 y media haremos oraciones por la paz y recitación de sutras. Entonces, si os queréis unir, bienvenido sea. y luego especialmente el día 3 y el día 18, el 3 que es el día de comienzo del Losar y el 18 que es el día de los milagros, pues hay todo un programa de actividades para, pues eso, para potenciar y rentabilizar bien nuestra energía virtuosa para el beneficio de los seres. La información ya sabéis dónde la tenéis, en la página web y nada, esta tarde a las 9 con Venerable Fabio, que ahora no ha podido estar y ya está. No sé ahora quién viene porque no veo a...
Anda, ¿puedes colgar en el chat la oración esa?
Sí, y si no...
o la mandas por email.
Sí, te la mando por email, no os preocupéis. A ver, y bueno, pues yo creo que ya está, pero ahora no sé quién le toca al siguiente. No aparece aquí ningún voluntario. A ver, y yo tengo cosas que hacer. Hello, team. You know who is next? Gracias. A ver.
Sarah.
Sarah.
There's a Sarah Buddha.
Yes, she's there. Is that one? Is Sarah. But
Hello.
Hola, Sarah. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? Gracias.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm here.
Oye, in Bodhanath, right?
Actually, I'm in Swayambhunath.
Vale, fantástico, Sarah. Fantástico. How fortunate you are, Sarah.
I'm planning to do Kore here.
Oh, fantástico. Okay, Sarah, have a nice session, dear. And thank you for your help. Okay. Ciao, ciao. He might go because I have now another puja.
Hey, everybody. So I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you, Sarah. We can hear you. Sometimes you're dropping out though. Your signal is weak. Are you there? Have you left us? We can't hear you, Sarah. You're on mute. You are on mute, Sarah. Not much we can do. Sarah, if you can hear me, you are on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you read me? Coffee.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm here in Swayambhunath. I'm getting off the road now, so it will be less noisy. And hang on a minute. I'll show you where I am. Okay. So this is called Teen Murti. Teen is 3 and Murti is statue. Well, I think you can see them now. And these 3 huge statues here. So of course the middle one is Shakyamuni Buddha. And to the left we have Chenrezig. And to the right we have Guru Rinpoche. So it's actually very a whole lot of meaning within the Nyingma tradition, also obviously within our tradition. So, and no, sorry, the middle one is not Shakyamuni, but the middle one is Amitabha, Buddha Amitabha. So Buddha Amitabha being the Dharmakaya, Chenrezig being the Sambhogakaya, and Guru Rinpoche being the Namanakaya. Okay, so I'm gonna walk a little bit more, and I just want to explain to you that I decided to come to Swayambhu because of the war breaking out with Ukraine, partly because of that, partly because also a friend requested me to come here and do some prayers and make some offerings to the Guru Rinpoche statue. So it's taken a week. And then finally on this day, I woke up in the morning and there was the message from Rinpoche what prayers we should do. And of course I thought, well, that's why I've been waiting. Okay, Chenrezig, I hope you can see. I'm now behind the Teen Murti. There's very many beautiful statues here. Okay, and so the reason to come to the Guru Rinpoche is to make the prayers, obviously, for peace. And I thought this would be a nice thing to do, as I have 2 hours. Actually planning to do a kora around Swayambhu along with the practices, and then when I reach the Guru Rinpoche statue, which was built by Kajala, I was planning to spend a little bit more time there and make prayers for peace. Okay, so I hope you're all following. It's a nice sunny day here in Kathmandu, and Saturdays is the holiday. So people on holidays love to go to the holy places, not just for the blessing, but also they're just so beautifully set up as a place to visit, like little parks. Okay, so this is the Teen Murti. Okay, I'm going to find a little spot under the Bodhi tree, and this is a place where Rinpoche and Kajala often come and do practice. I'm just going to find a little spot here and do the motivation. There are a lot of people, but I think you can hear me. If you can't hear me, then just shout out. I'll get this a bit more stable now. Okay, I think you can see the 3 statues, Teen Murti. So again, Buddha Amitabha, Chenrezig to the left, Guru Rinpoche to our right. And particularly want to make a very strong motivation today for peace in this world. So I'm going to start off with the motivation, transforming suffering into happiness, composed by Amsa Rinpoche. I'll read the version that's in the retreat tablet. So starting off with the direct meditation on the graduated path, containing all the important meanings. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all holy Dharma scriptures and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nozang and Bodhisattva, always crying, and correctly following the virtuous strand with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done is pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. So that's what we're doing now, these practices that have been advised by Rinpoche. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms of richness is difficult to find and easily perishes. Not just that the holy body, not just that our bodies perish, but also that having the freedoms of richness can just, the conditions can just vanish so quickly. That action and result are so profound and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge in the depths of my heart, in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independent from that, even if I achieve the mere high rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well on the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method of becoming free from samsara. Independent from that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhichitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. And then we do the Bodhisattva attitude verses, starting with cherishing sentient beings, seeing everyone as precious, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel. I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the two purposes of all sentient beings, without any sense of loss or concern, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over the 3 times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding, sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it's best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I have already given this body an impure aggregate to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so on, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter by ridiculing and making fun of it to hurt me, since I have already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist by protecting it, and so forth? I will always use it to do any virtuous action that doesn't harm and only benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, May that attitude alone become a cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish to rest, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space, until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So I don't know about you, but I woke up this morning and I had tears in my eyes when I thought about what was happening. And first thing that I saw was the advice from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do prayers to Rinpoche. So I had been waiting for Rinpoche to give advice, and I'd been reciting sutras, and so when the advice came, I was extremely grateful to Rinpoche, and I immediately wanted to go to some powerful Rinpoche places to make prayers. So we have quite a few pieces of advice right now. I mean, we have the advice to do this practice for the pandemic, and we also have the advice to recite manis and white tara for Rinpoche's long life during the Losar period. And now we have this advice to do the Rinpoche prayers and white umbrella. So I thought it would be very good to come here because there are many images of Rinpoche here. It's also a Sog day, so on the way I stopped at Vidishwari, the flying bikinis. It's a very special holy place where Rinpoche and Padre often go to do Sog. So I stopped there and offered a very big bakalan and made prayers to Vajragini. And then I came here and did one kora. I was hungry, so I had a plate of chips and chai. So I think Ben Vedanta is offering me that. That's my breakfast. And so now what I plan to do is to go around and in different places do different prayers and to show you many of the holy objects which are here. So this is this stupa. Normally I do the practices at the Bodhisattva, which is the wish-fulfilling, all-encompassing wish-granting stupa. So I've explained that many times. This particular stupa is a spontaneously arisen stupa, and there is a stupa on the top of this hill, but the stupa on top of the hill, the main stupa is actually inside the hill. So Manjushri long, long ago, saw that there would be great benefits to this valley for the Dharma, and that definitely has come true and is true. So he took his sword and he sliced. You can actually see where the slice is, and drained away the water. And it said that after he did that, a stupa spontaneously arose. The Dharmakaya, spontaneously rising Dharmakaya, holy relic. So in other words, all the Buddha's holy minds appeared in the form of this stupa, self-arisen crystal stupa. And slowly, as the dust particles gathered around it, it formed a hill. So on top of the hill, there's a stupa which many say was built by Rinpoche when he returned from Tibet. Remember, the Bodhisattva was built by Rinpoche before Buddhism had come to Tibet. So that was before he was born as Rinpoche, and then he made prayers to be born as a great yogi. And so this was built after, but all around this stupa are so many prayer wheels and so many statues and so many manis and so many holy objects, and people circumambulate all the time, and so many prayer wheels. So I thought that what I'll do today, I've got 2 hours, is I will actually go around. I'm hoping that the connectivity is going to remain. Try to charge up. If it doesn't, be patient with me, because I will try to get back online. And even if I'm offline for a bit, I will continuously be reciting the mantra. So this is what Rinpoche does. Rinpoche does Kura around Bodhi, but he also does Kura here, and he starts from here. And these 3 statues, these tin murti, Rinpoche and Kajira will come here and do sog offering. So Rinpoche is several times now, he's done a huge sog offering here. It's very, very auspicious. So on the hill behind these statues, it is Swayambhu Stupa, the very, very precious holy stupa. Very ancient and very precious. So those of you who've been here will know this. Those of you who haven't been here, then I hope very much that you'll have the opportunity to come and get the blessing. So before we start the Kora, we're going to recite the mantras for circumambulating. So there are a few. We'll start with the Buddha's name 7 times. Chom din de de shi badra de yan was the same thing. Guess and chom de 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 da de. 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 No, Bhagavati when I do it, I did it. So much of it around, but my mom. No, Bhagavati when I do it, I did it. So by reciting that, 1 circumambulation becomes 10,000 circumambulations. And then we do the Buddha's name. We'll do this 7 times. There are 6 benefits to reciting this. So you see the benefit of having frustrated and circumambulated all Buddha Dhamma Sangha 10 directions, and all past, present, future. All the negative karma collected from beginner's rebirth is purified. Quickly achieve full enlightenment. You won't be harmed by enemies and interferers. You'll be liberated from the disease of spirit harms. Okay. Lama Tambachan de Dishan Shabadrat, Yan, the Sobasange, Tauge or Shikabala, Chatsala, Nama Dashitika Chikala, Saratnitram, Nama Flash, Super, the Sapa from Bishop and so Lama Tambachan de Dishan Driving so Tauge Shikabala, Chaz, Nama Dashitika Chikala, Saratnitram, Nama Super, Sapa from Bishop and so now to the so Tauge Shikabala, Chaz, Nama Dashitika Chikala, Saratnitram, Nama Super, Sapa from Bishop and so hard. Okay, so Rinpoche will do a whole mile of that, but that's not the main thing that we're focusing on today. So I'm just doing a few of those. And then we have to remember that the stupa in reality and all the holy objects and manifestations of our Guru, His Holiness Dalai Lama, or Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So please remember that, and please think that we're doing this for all sentient beings around us. And I'm going to recite the Refuge and Bodhichitta Prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, we're infinite like space. Go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So let's particularly think of all those engaged in war, and those who died, and those who are scared, and you know, all those who are sick, obviously. Let's just think of all sentient beings now and keep them with us. All sentient beings, my mothers, infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We go for refuge, assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Okay, and having done that refuge prayer, please think that all sentient beings now strongly relying upon Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha in order to cease all these all this war and all this conflict. You know, may the compassion of all the Buddhas, may the wisdom of all the Buddhas, the skillful means of all the Buddhas, through this merit, through this purification of doingness, may this war immediately cease. May there be no more fighting and no more killing. May there be peace in this world. And now, yeah, I'm going to start the Pura. Umani Bemehum, says we start Umani Bemehum, can visualize coming from all the holy objects, which are in reality inseparable from the avert Guru. The numberless light rays, purifying all the negative karma, all sentient beings. Completely healing all sickness and all wars and all conflicts. So be very, very, very clear about that. And then all the blessings of the Buddhas being received. Umani Bene, 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 Nani Bene Mani 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 Bame 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 On my right side is a Swayambhu, and you can see there's just rows and rows and rows of prayer wheels and scriptures. And then on my left is Gompa after Gompa after Gompa. It's really an amazing place. Nani Bame Nani Bame Nani Bame Mani Bame Mani Bame Mani Bame There's two men carving mantras. So they're carving the mantras and then they're adding them to the prayer bowl. They don't earn any money. People make offerings to them. You can see some of their work. Mani Bame 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 Mani Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum Omani Dame Omani Dame Omani Dame Omani Dame Hum 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 Omani Dame Omani Dame. There's another cover. Just having nothing. I don't think I have enough to give everybody nothing. Anyway. Having many and make an offering behalf of all the people. And I think you can see the smoke there, that's the cemetery, a crematorium. So there are two bodies burning right now at the Tamang cemetery. So it's two more targets here. Oh no, so you can see this is a whole pile of rocks, all these rocks. These are all carved. There's mummies. There's two mummies for that. Mummy room. Mummy room. Two more. Here, we're doing it. And we're doing more. Yeah, he's also doing Umani Purnima. Umani room. 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 Umani You can see the little monkey up there. I call this a monkey temple, but I don't like that because it sounds like we worship monkeys. This is the place where the monkeys, this is where they stay. So Rinpoche actually sponsors one lady who gives food to the monkeys. You can see them there, many monkeys all eating. So there you can see think there's 2 bodies burning. Maybe some others getting ready. And normally when Rinpoche stays here, stops here, he would do prayers for those who died. So I'll do the same. I'm going to sit down, do some prayers. This is the Tamang crematorium. Oh, who is the treasure rescue, please please guide myself, mothers and fathers, in all 6 realms, to be free quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the wisdom profound heal us, awakening mind may blow with the tear of your great compassion. Please cleanse, O common illusion. Is it with your hand of compassion? Me and my greatest to feel joy. Vidanta Ban Chenrezig, in all my lives be virtuous and show up beyond this humor and quickly trace us in borders. Omani bame, 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 Namaste. Oh, lots of wonderful lights to offer. So not only are there small candles all around this triangle, there's also many huge China. So this is the Gurm shake that was offered by Kadla. And so this particular I wanted to come and make sure the piece. So I'm going to offer some butter lamps now at the Gurm Shade statue. Kuchi, ek bati? 7 rupees. Kamchu? Too much wind? So we're going to go around here and offer because I think there's just too much wind. Kamchuta? I want to offer 108. Okay, धन्यवाद. Kamchu. Do you think Kamchu? Kasi. Kasi 1000. 12. Okay. Thank you. So unfortunately you can't see the Gurumshi statue, so I'm just gonna see if I can put it somewhere where you can see the Gurumshi statue. Okay, never mind. I'm going to offer 2 sets of 108 bottle lamps now. this special Guru Rinpoche statue for world peace. So excuse me, everybody. Might be a little bit of turbulence here. Bara? Oh, okay. Kaza dose. Thank you. Okay. Oh, this is easier to offer here, although we can't see Gurumche. Gurumche is just in there. But this is much easier because there's less wind. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So although I'm not, you can't see Gurumche, but Gurumche is right there, and these lights will stay on. So this is for all the sentient beings in general, and it's offered to all the gurus, particularly find all the holy objects here, and specifically this is for the people. For the conflict to finish, please, please, please. This belongs to all sentient beings, being sponsored by Mandala in California. You also, yeah, please, thank you. Anyone? May there be light in the world. Yeah, the Gurumche is just behind, but this is a sheltered spot. If I light in front of Gurumche, the lights will go out. So this is a good idea. I'm offering both of these. She's helping me to light. So I always think with the butter lamps, you know, sometimes you light them and then wind comes and it blows them out. And I always think that's a good example for our practice. You know, when we're beginners, a little bit of light and then some obstacle comes, it blows out. Once the flame takes hold, then if the wind comes, they just get stronger. And so if we continue to practice, then obstacles will make us stronger. We want peace in this world, and we practice for peace, and the wars will only make us want peace more.